So Good morning, everyone. As we begin today's seminar, I would now like to invite our director and esteemed guests to kindly come forward for lighting the lamp.
Excuse me, sir. Okay, please. Yes, smile, please. Thank you all.
A very good morning and a very warm welcome to all our distinguished speakers, guests, faculty, colleagues, and I guess students are yet to join us. To today's seminar on behavior, brain decision making, bridging neuroscience with business. As we begin this exciting panel discussions on the role of neuroscience in business, we'll be exploring how insights from brain science are reshaping the way organizations understand people, from enhancing decision making and leadership to decoding consumer behavior. To start us off, it is an absolute pleasure to introduce our first panelist, Professor Krishanu Ray, a name synonymous with excellence in neuroscience and education. Professor Ray's research explores how molecular interactions shape the development and function of brain cells, especially how neurons form connections that give rise to behavior. He earned his PhD from Tata Institute for Fundamental Research, Mumbai, followed by research appointments at IMCB, Singapore, and the Howard Hughes Medical Institute at UC San Diego, before returning to India to establish his own lab at TIFR in 1998. Since then, he has held many key roles as Senior Professor at TIFR, Director of the National Brain Research Center, and currently a Senior Professor at BITS Pilani, Hyderabad. He is also a Fellow of the Indian National Science Academy and the Indian Academy of Neurosciences. More recently, Professor Ray has been passionate about building interdisciplinary curricula that brings together neuroscience, engineering, and sociology, helping shape how the next generation learns to connect brain science with real world. Please join me in welcoming Professor Krishanu Ray, who brings a lifetime of curiosity and insight into understanding how the biology of the brain connects to the decisions and behaviors that shape our businesses and societies. Alongside Professor Ray's scientific perspective, we are also joined with someone who brings the real-world business lens to this conversation, Mr. Girish Kalra, the Chief Marketing Officer at Tata AIA Life Insurance. He leads marketing, corporate communication, consumer experience, and consumer value management, overseeing how the brand connects and builds trust with millions of consumers across the country. Over the years, he has built a remarkable career transforming brands, scaling new categories, and driving business growth across industries. What sets his work apart is his ability to blend creativity, data analytics, and technology, capturing the essence of what this panel is about, turning insights from human thinking and behavior into action that move businesses forward. His expertise spans brand strategy, omni-channel marketing, and MarTech, and he's led teams that design innovative, insight-driven campaigns that truly resonate with consumers. He's an engineering graduate and holds an MBA in marketing from Janarlal Bajaj Institute of Management Studies, Mumbai, and is also a regular speaker and jury member at leading marketing and communication forums globally. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Girish Kalra, whose experience in bridging consumer insights, technology, and creative strategy will add a rich industry perspective to this discussion on neuroscience and business. And adding yet another vital dimension to this conversation, we have Ms. Preeti Matthews, Senior Vice President of Insights and Brandscapes Worldwide, joining us from Mumbai. Ms. Matthews brings a powerful blend of strategic intelligence, data analytics, and innovation, leading programs that help organizations make informed, forward-looking, and data-driven decisions. At Brandscape, she is at the forefront of building technology-enabled insight frameworks, translating vast amounts of data from behavioral patterns to biometric signals into actionable strategies that shape business outcomes. Beyond the corporate leadership, Ms. Matthew actively contributes to the broader insights community through guest lectures at IRMA and regular presentations at market research forums, where she shares practical perspectives on how technology is redefining the way we understand consumers and enable smart decision making. She is an engineering graduate, holds a PGDM from Nirma University, and has recently completed an executive program in advanced strategic management from IIM Lucknow, adding yet another layer to her multidimensional expertise. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Preeti Matthew, whose work sits right at the crossroads of human insight, technology, and strategy. A perfect complement to our discussion on how neuroscience can transform the way businesses think, decide, and grow. And to steer this fascinating discussion, we are truly honored to have Professor Arvind Sahai as the moderator for our panel today. Professor Sahai is the director of MDI Gurgaon and also serves as Professor of Marketing and International Business. Before joining MDI in 2023, he was a long-term faculty member at the Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad, and previously at the London Business School after earning his PhD from the University of Texas at Austin. His expertise spans marketing strategy, pricing, neuroscience, and consumer behavior and brand management, making him uniquely suited to guide a conversation that bridges brain science with business practice. Over the years, he has consulted and trained leaders across sectors including pharmaceuticals, telecom, FMCG, and financial services, helping organizations transform consumer understanding into strategic advantage. A highly respected academic and thought leader, Professor Sahai has received multiple honors including the UTV Bloomberg Best Marketing Professor in India, and is featured in the Thinkers 50 India list for his contributions to management thought. As the chairperson of the Center for Behavioural and Neuroscience Lab at MDI Gurgaon, he continues to champion the integration of neuroscience insights into marketing and leadership education. Please join me in welcoming Professor Arvind Sahai to moderate this panel discussion on the role of neuroscience in business.
Good morning to everyone over here. Girish Kalra, Professor Krishnan Gray, Preeti Matthew, my faculty colleagues, staff, students. Wanted to have this session, it's now almost 2 years since the center started, and time for us to kind of reflect on what we have done and also to share with interested people on what are some of the thoughts going forward for ourselves as a center and for the area that we are working in. What are some of the things that we would like to be able to do going forward. And therefore, the idea of neuroscience for business managers and education. So I will take around 10 minutes to share with you a little bit about why it becomes so important. The why and what of neuroscience. I say this with a little bit of tongue-in-cheek with Professor Krishnan sitting here. Whatever I'm going to say on that topic will probably be, too elementary. But I'm sure there are some people who will get a sense of what we are trying to drive towards. Neuroscience in business, primarily behavior change, context, and applications. For managers, which is where I'd love to hear a little bit more from Girish Kalra, CMO, and also from Preeti Matthew, SVP. And then where we can bring in neuroscience in education and curriculum. I was just having a chat before we started with a couple of the faculty members over here that how one of our programs could potentially benefit a lot from integration of neuroscience in the curriculum. So the why and what of neuroscience, what is it, why do we want to look at it? It gives fascinating insights, right? In Wadala, in Bombay, where there is a railway crossing, people used to die a lot crossing the tracks. And somebody from a small consulting firm called FinalMile.in, which provides insights from neuroscience, using neuroscience, finally figured out that people had lost their fear of crossing railway tracks. When you and I cross the tracks, we feel a little afraid and we are very careful. But people were crossing it on an everyday basis and they had lost their fear. And the second point that came up during their investigation was that the human brain is actually configured to be able to judge the speed of small objects accurately. That's how we play sports, but it is unable to judge the speed of large objects accurately, which is why a lot of people were dying, the combination of lack of fear and an inability to judge accurately. So based on these two insights, they designed a very small intervention. As people were approaching the crossing, out of the paraphobial view, they would see faces with increasing levels of fear. So that's what you see on the left side. Now, I'm not consciously aware of it, but as I'm viewing faces with increasing levels of fear, my own fear levels are elevating inside me. And as my fear levels elevate inside me, I may not be conscious of it, then I start becoming a little bit more carefully and I look around a little more carefully. And what do I also observe? I observe that the tracks have these yellow lines that you see. And the yellow lines essentially allow the brain to now judge relative speed a little bit more accurately. And the combination of a little more accurate judgment of speed and the elevated fear leads to a drop in the number of accidents. So from 40 deaths a year, it comes down to less than 10 deaths a year based on this particular dimension. So some insights from how the brain behaves, which are getting applied in real life. This is a half facetious example in men's washrooms when you are going to take a leak, to use colloquial language. In many washrooms you will find this little fly on the furniture over there. So it turns out that when you have that little fly over there, people tend to urinate a little more carefully because they're aiming for it without actually realizing it. So there's less leakage of the urine on the floor. So little instances of how the brain behaves. And the interesting thing is that not all of us are aware of how the brain behaves. In many ways, the brain will behave in some ways that are outside of our conscious cognition. And so, for example, if I ask you what do you see, most of you will say we see some triangles or circles. Even though you may realize that actually there's just Pokemon and 3 brackets. And the fact that I'm seeing a triangle and a circle even after a conscious realization that it's just 3 Pokemons and 3 brackets tells us that the brain has a way in which it behaves. It's about patterns, how the pattern in the brain patterns are perceived, and why the brain in fact looks for patterns even when there aren't any. So these are some of the reasons why we need to look at neuroscience a little more carefully. So many applications. I've just given you 2 applications. Fundamental processes in the brain that allow it to function in ways sometimes that we don't really fully appreciate or understand, even though we may behave that way. And for those reasons, we want to be able to integrate the brain much more, neuroscience much more into our processes, our education, our research, our curriculum, and so on. And essentially, this is what we want to be able to do. Instead of just constructing models of stimulus and response, I showed you an advertisement and I observed the response, and from there I speculate that this is why you behaved the way you did. Now I can actually look inside the brain and tell you that you behaved in this way because of these reasons, or this is what happened in your brain when you behave this way. And so, based on this, in India we do have a fair number of companies that are already using neuro in one way or the other. Coke, HUL, Ghadi, ICICI Bank, Nestle, all of these would be academic institutions. National Brain Research Institute was one of them. I should have written institute, not seen. NIMHANS, MDI Gurgaon, we have a small lab here. Center for Behavioural and Cognitive Sciences in Allahabad, and so on. Internationally, a lot of people are using it, but still a fairly niche phenomenon. It is not mainstream for a variety of reasons. And one of the reasons why it's mainstream is that there are not enough people who are invested in doing work in that area. Having said that, there are a few people who have done some work, and I will give you one example that we did about 5 years ago. Yeah, about 4 years ago, for in the HR context. Right, this is in the context of attrition. Large utility company facing attrition from young people, trying to figure out how to hold on to them. And a survey amongst those young people says that they might stay longer if the organization works on oneness or growth or sustainability or opportunity. Different pillars as they are called. So this is what came from the feedback, and based on the feedback they designed different pillars. One of the pillars, for example, can be described in this way. As you can see, there's a lot of words on growth, on scaling, on setting up, on upswing, expand, and so on, exponentially scaling up. So the idea is that we will do stuff that allows the company to grow and for you also to grow. Similarly, oneness, feeling of belonging to the organization, sustainability, we are a sustainable organization, and opportunity. You will have many different opportunities, and having developed these different pillars, then the thought was, okay, which one do you like the most? And the almost unanimous answer was sustainability. If you do something on sustainability, we'll hang around more. And based on that feedback, they were about to go ahead, but then it so happened they were on campus, we got talking, and I said, we have the lab, why don't you actually check what's inside the head in addition to what people are saying. And when we did the lab experiments using EEG, so this was done at Ahmedabad, just a full disclosure, but we now have a lab here at MBI Gurgaon as well, and that's how one does the work. The interesting thing which came up was that the brains of people actually were looking for growth. Right? They were saying sustainability, but what their brain was saying, direct signals from the brain through these different matrices that one is able to capture from different parts of the brain, they were actually more interested in growth as an engagement pillar rather than sustainability, which is what they were saying. And so based on that, the decisions change. So clearly there are some applications that we can see from a business, HR business context, for managers in product design context. This is a motorcycle company that has designed an electric motorcycle using the ideas of what customers of performance bikes like Pulsars and Apaches would want to see. So the design of an electric bike follows the principles of what the customer wants to see, because their brain is saying they actually want to see a gear in an electric bike. Most two-wheeler electrics don't have gears, but this bike has a gear. Why? Because the brains are saying that we value a gear in the bike. And therefore, I'm not going to dwell on this because we're a little bit behind time, so I want to get to hear from the panel also. So we construct stories and patterns, which is also how the brain behaves in a sense. And the final part is what can we do in terms of neuroscience in the education and curriculum. So I was just kind of thinking about what are the possibilities and what is some work that has already been done in different areas. So there is already some existing work in different areas, in marketing, branding and advertising, obviously. In HR, I showed you an example. In behavioral competency assessment and change, in decision making, stimulus response models, basic system dynamics models. I don't know how many of there are people from operations over here, they would understand systems dynamics, but in basic systems dynamics models there can be applications. Cognitive science very obviously. And this is just a first cut thought process that I had, and I'm hoping that during the course of the day we will hear a lot more from the panelists and people from the audience on where else we can actually deploy neuroscience in the curriculum. Even though it's a niche area, there are a lot of companies which are doing some work, offering services, so that's just an illustrative list. And how does it all fit into a business? So one part is technology. Clearly we need to invest in technology. We are investing in technology. The other part is behavioral competencies, and that is where I believe neuroscience has a lot to offer. So with that as the backdrop, let us dive into our first panel. Priti has already introduced the panelists, so I'm not going to do that again. And the idea of the first panel is that we want to discuss what can be the role of neuroscience in business. And to set the context, we'll start off by asking Professor Krishani to set the ball rolling. Professor Krishani is one of the leading experts in brain from a fairly technical standpoint, but now he's trying to create a bridge from the technical dimension to the business application or engineering dimensions. So what I would request you, Professor, is to share a little bit about what neuroscience can do or cannot do in terms of generating insights of the working of the brain, especially from a decision-making perspective, because that would be a perfect lead-in to some of the stuff that Girish Kalra and Preeti Matthew can then build on. So over to you, sir.
Thank you. So yeah, thank you for inviting me, and also I'm quite honored to be here in MDI. I used to pass by the road every now and then for last few years, saw the sign and thought what is happening inside, but never got to know what is happening inside. So today I'm here, and thanks to Professor Sahar. We met few times before, but this is my formal invitation to come to MDI. I'm quite happy about it. So, well, my background is mostly in experimental neuroscience, and that too using a very small animal called Drosophila, which you must have seen when you have a cut fruit on your plate in your house or somewhere else. These are very tiny animal, but they are also extremely good decision-making device. And you may not realize, but the Drosophila has a brain which is very sophisticated and can take very rational decision in terms of which odor is a good odor for and which taste is a good taste and what combination is best to follow, and also what combination is to avoid, and that is the decision which keeps it alive in the nature. So we now understand quite a lot how the decision is made in this tiny fruit fly brain, and so I'll tell you my perspective from that understanding. I have been studying human decision making process, but that's all my lexical knowledge and not an experimentally gained knowledge, where people like Sumita Vo and you are much better expert on that. So what I feel is that what neuroscience does, from my experience, is that it provides you a quantitative measure of the process, whichever process you want to see. What psychology does is it gives you an empirical scale in which you want to measure the process, and it gives you an abstraction through which you can actually gain a correlation between this empirical process and then design some kind of a grading. So if you combine these two, the experimental measured decision making process, for example, if you can see which neuron is firing when you are deciding between the Cadbury chocolate and Haldiram's laddu, then we understand what's the qualitative difference, what is the quantitative difference between this qualitative choice. So therefore the neuroscience gives you a quantitative measure which is sort of visible and reproducible. Having said that, I must also say that there is a lot of variability. So decision making is a combination of emotion, experience, and the sort of rational extrapolation. So our brain does all that, and not only our brain, every animal's brain does that every moment when it takes a decision. In addition to that, the physiological state of the body plays a very critical role. When you are hungry, your decision about going for a pan masala or a bread will be very clear, right? So similarly, it happens for an animal as well. It decides based on the context and the physiology. Or when you have a headache, you don't want to stand up on a stage and perform a comedy. So therefore, the decision making is highly variable, contextual, and what we also learned is that it is genetically defined. Both the genetic, epigenetic makeup of the system can also define how we take a decision based on the same kind of stimulus input. So neuroscience can help you to understand this combination and define a quantitative scale on which you can place the decision making process. What it cannot do, on the other hand, is that it cannot give you a prescription, because it's so diverse and so subjective that it is not easy to make a general prescription of how a given set of stimulus will give you a given kind of decision. It gives you a benchmarking, it gives you some kind of a broad domain in which you can place the predictable outcome, but it cannot really give you the exact prediction what will happen, because that's the beauty of our brain. It's very plastic, it keeps changing, and it's very unpredictable. and that kept us also alive during evolution. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. So with that as the backdrop, I'm going to ask Girish to share a little bit about how Tata AIA does its customer insighting and the engagement process, and how they have used Neuro or are beginning to use Neuro in that process.
Good morning, and first of all, thank you, Professor Sai, for inviting me here. I think it's a pleasure and an honor to be part of this panel. Also, as somebody who's been in the corporate world for like more than 2 decades, I think going back to the educational world is always refreshing. You are certainly out of the world of meetings and running from one meeting to the other. So this is a far more intellectual place to be, and I love being here. When it comes to neuroscience, I mean, I was here about 8-10 months back in April last year when we did this neuroscience experiment at the MDI lab. If I just go back and reflect on that, we were grappling with this problem. In life insurance, what happens is consumers tell you something, and when I was going through the examples which you gave, many people think sustainability is what keeps them all, in the institute, versus growth is the actual reason behind it. A similar situation happens in life insurance. You ask consumers, what is it that you want in the product, why have you bought this? And you get those typical responses like, what this product came at a lower premium, this had these features, that's the reason I went for it. And then we wonder that, is that really the case? Because we've had a very classic, incident which happened 6-7 months back when the government reduced GST, in fact made life insurance retail products exempt from GST, which meant straight away the price coming down by 18%. So if premium was the point that I want lower premium, you can't get anything better than this, but we've not seen the industry shoot up. So that was one thing which we keep grappling within ourselves, what is it that consumers really want? And the other thing which we were looking at that time was, when it comes to advertising, it's normally, and life insurance has gone through that phase, where it was about morbid advertising, or if something happens to your family, then what will happen to you and your kids, and those sort of things. And everybody said, things have changed and all, but have things really changed? We didn't know. Then there are aspects like, do you do emotional advertising versus you do humorous advertising versus do you direct advertising, and each one has pros and cons. And we, of course, were doing a lot of research on this. You had platforms like YouTube and all giving you those BLS studies, brand lift studies, and all. So you got to know how much is the brand recall going up because of that, the awareness going up, the favorability going up, the familiarity going up, and things like that. We would do our research and ask consumers, so what do you think of this communication? Is it going to influence you to buy a product, and things like that. But it was sort of becoming a complex scenario, because you would normally get response like, yeah, this is good or this is very good, but we could never deep dive into it. And the big problem is, it was all claimed. So it all depended on your consumer, what mood was he in, or as the questionnaire you went through the process of the questionnaire, the consumer was becoming impatient, and then it was like, okay, fine, I'm fine. So you were actually sort of getting caught in, am I getting the right responses? Am I getting, am I actually deep diving into it? And that's where we've been interacting with Professor Sam on a regular basis, and he said, if you want to actually see what is working with all those genres of advertising, is this very good look at neuroscience. And that was something which was quite refreshing for us, because it sort of gave us and me a sense that, maybe we can actually unearth something beyond what we keep getting from the regular consumer research. And I think the experiment was really amazing. Uh, you know, and at that point we always thought, what is it that you could actually come up with? Like, of course you're trying to get those brain signals and trying to understand, but when I was doing those deep dives myself before the research, I was like, many studies are saying, oh, this is complex, the brain functions in different ways, and it's not like you get a clarity and things like that. But the moment the findings came out, and it actually broke it into things like the emotional aspect of things, the cognitive aspect of the behavior, the motivation aspect of the behavior. I think it gave us a good amount of clarity on what really works. So that's been a great experiment for us. I won't deep dive into the specifics of it, but I think from a business perspective, from a real world perspective, where in marketers across industry, I won't say just life insurance or finance, but across industries, companies are trying to sort of deep dive into this. Because if you see today, it's mostly parity, and especially in the industry like life insurance, there is a lot of product parity. Because what we are finally sell at the end of the day is a piece of paper, a promise on a piece of paper saying if if this event happens, your family will get this, or if you put in so much money after so many years, this is what you will get. So it's a piece of paper. I launch a product today, my competition can launch it tomorrow. Because somebody just has to type that contract document, that product proposal, and that's it. Right? You do a bit of actuarial and you come to the right pricing and risk and all, but it is not like building a car and say that, he's launched something like this car, which has all these features, and of course it will go through a production process. I can't launch something at least for the next 6 months. This is something which is easily replicated. So in that scenario, where complexity in terms of replicating the product is not difficult, consumers are not really giving you the advice. In fact, they're not even very familiar with the category, and you really trying to get that clarity in terms of what really works for them. I think this was a great experiment to do, and really gave us good insights in terms of which genre of advertising you should try and in what sort of situation.
Thank you very much for sharing those aspects of how Tata AI has looked at the life insurance customer insighting as well as the application of Neuro. So with that as the backdrop, let me move to Preeti Matthew. So Brandscapes has been in the marketing consulting business for a number of years, close to 20 years. Well, actually, they just celebrated their 20th year of existence. And they have worked with some of the large names around the world like Coke and Unilever and Carlsberg and Johnson & Johnson in terms of providing customer insights and dashboarding. And customer insight generation is a fairly important part of their overall business activity set. And within that, I believe some of the newer challenges from a customer viewpoint is what can we do more and better. So which is one reason I reached out to them. So I've been involved with Brandscapes also for a while. It's funny, most of my relationships and work tend to last a very long time. So I would like to ask you, Preeti, to share a little bit about some of the challenges that Brandscapes is facing and how you are looking at things. Have you looked at Neuro in some ways? How are you considering Neuro, if at all, in that scenario?
First of all, thank you so much, Professor, for inviting me here, and it's been really absolute privilege to be part of it. And specifically, since we also, are working towards the neuroscience, lab. So, let me just go back and maybe I'll take from where Viresh kind of stopped or maybe started also saying that today the challenge for every marketer is, finally how do we make that sale happen? What happens at that moment where the decision is happening, the decision point. And our job as a market researcher is to really help the clients understand this is what is going in consumers' mind, when those decisions are happening, and this is how you can actually make them pivot or get them to your brand, right? And over the years, we have been doing a lot of surveys. We have been doing a lot of aided responses, asking people what they are doing, trying to understand, trying to, interpret from their behavior. But in the process, what has happened is, as the example he said, so my clients actually say, if the consumer are saying that 90% they are going to buy the product, that means it's only 90%. I mean, that is the level of accuracy that we are talking about. So it's not about right or wrong, because consumers themselves don't know what are they going to do finally when the moment happens, right? And hence now, in terms of the industry, the increasing challenge that is for us is how do we really go to that core insight or the true insight which had happened. And what we have as a researcher have started doing is we started, making surveys much more gamified, using a lot of projective techniques, using a lot of different way of questioning, a shorter survey to really go to that core, without actually making consumer loaded, but they are actually able to give us the right response. And that's where the entire biometric also comes into play. Basically, we are trying to understand the key decision-making point, what happens, what is going in human brain at that time. So we are increasingly using a lot of biometric, definitely, a lot of facial expressions to really see. So just some of the examples where we have kind of really used it is, one is in, creative testing. Where actually clients have come to us with several creatives and they would want us to really figure out what would really work better. Plus also maybe do, suggest a shorter editor, right? So that's where what we do is we kind of, use this neuro along with the eye tracking, eye gaze part of it, and really observe the consumer as they are kind of looking through the ad. Follow up with a questionnaire also. So we are not going away with the standard survey part of it, but what we are doing, we are using neuro as an additional layer. We are using biometrics as an additional layer, which then helps us to we kind of then bring it all together. When we look at say the neuro signals to really see where the peaks have happened. We look at their gaze map to see which was that point which actually caused that. Then we look at their responses to really bring it together to say, okay, this is what is happening. So while my traditional research is saying what they are doing, the neuro gives me why, what is making them do that particular thing. So that is one of the use cases. We are also using it to understand the entire consumer journey, in terms of the entire UX optimization, the prototype of UX optimization, where we want to really understand, because the brain as a device wants to work for shorter cuts. It always looks for simpler pathways, and hence our objective when we do any kind of UX test is to really say what is that simpler pathway. So again in UX testing also, the neuro along with the eye tracking is used, wherein we make the consumer take the entire transaction from the landing page to the navigation, observe what is happening, observe where the visual load is happening, observe the points of friction, so that we can then later give clients input on, okay, maybe this is not working, or you had your CTA but CTA was not observed, maybe this is a place where CTA could be placed, So those kind of decisions are much easier now. So what neuro actually gives me is, it helps me to go beyond the said responses. It gives me that valid proof to really see that yes, this is where the changes are happening. And that's where neuro is really helping us. And additionally, it's also being used in a lot of product testing, sensory testing. So it has started, people have started using it, but yeah, it's still a niche. Niche in terms of, it's been considered a premium thing. So it will be actually coming into action when there is really a need to really go beyond. Otherwise, people are more, maybe satisfied with the current traditional norm. But yeah, neuro definitely everyone agrees it gives them that beyond additional layer.
Thank you, Preeti, for that exposition from the Brandscapes perspective. So let me take a couple of minutes to quickly summarize what our panelists have shared with us. And please correct me if I am summarizing something which is completely wrong or against what you've already said. One key point that I thought from Professor Krishana was that neuro allows us to quantify stuff, how the brain behaves. And the second key point that he made was that we understand the decision-making process in the brain a little bit better because it combines emotions, rationality, physiological states, and so on. He also cautioned us that one cannot look for a general prescription. It is specific, that it needs to be context specific is what I took away from what you said. From the Tata AI perspective, the CMO essentially said that for customer inciting, it is key for us to understand beyond what customers are saying, because the insurance as a product is essentially the same across all providers. So where is the difference, and part of that will come from how the brain thinks or perceives what is there. And so we cannot depend on that. In fact, I was a little amazed to hear the numbers that you cited, 90% versus 9%. I thought 90% and 60%, but you were saying 90% and 9%. And so therefore they need to look inside to understand a little bit better. It's not necessarily going to be 100%, but at least it's a movement forward from where we are. And it allows the deep dive to happen, which may not necessarily be possible if we are simply depending on verbal feedback. And one way to go beyond the verbal feedback, I think Preeti also shared with us, which was that a lot of the survey is now being gamified. Because when it is gamified, then it is more difficult to fake your responses. And the other key part of what I thought was coming from here was that Neuro allows us to understand the why in a much more deeper fashion than might be the case if we were simply using verbal feedback or even gamification. Gamification allows us to observe the behavior, so we will have a better way of predicting, but it still does not allow us to understand the why. And to that extent, because Neuro allows us to see at particular parts of the brain, and we do understand now to some extent as to which parts of the brain are responsible for which particular drivers of decisions, risk, perception of risk or anticipation of gain. We do understand that there are particular parts of the head which are particular to those premises, and therefore if there is activity taking place in the brain, with some care we can isolate that particular driver as actually happening. There is an issue of reverse inference, but we won't go into that for the moment. So those are some of the things which are emerging. Different uses, customer inciting, product testing, advertising testing, some of the things that we talked about. So with that as the backdrop, let me now carry the discussion a little bit forward and ask a few questions. I'll start with Professor Krishanu. From a decision-making perspective, what would be your thoughts? You've headed a large institution, National Brain Research Institution. Now you're a senior professor at BITS Hyderabad. From a decision-making perspective, from your vantage point, and especially in the human context, as you extrapolate from the basic knowledge or the foundational knowledge that comes from Drosophila and from other human experiments also, what are some things that we should be very cognizant of, or should be very aware of when we are looking at application contexts? We have two application contexts here. We can have HR application context, we can have behavior change application context. So many different application contexts can be there. So what should we be really cognizant of, really aware of when designing interventions or diagnostic interventions or even action interventions from a neuro perspective? What are some things that we should be mindful of, some pitfalls to avoid?
Well, I can't give you a very clear prescription on that. I'll tell you what is my both lexical understanding and practical understanding. So one of the issues that the decision making is influenced very greatly is the the irrational thought process of losing out, or what if I the idea that whether I'm going to regret what I'm deciding today. That's one of the major driver in decision making process. So which you may call it a risk aversion in some sense, but it is not exactly a risk aversion. Risk aversion is more of a rational decision, but this is some kind of a projection that you make, thinking that what you might, give you an example of a great economist who said that I computed everything, about what should be my pension plan is, but at the end, I just put 50% in bond and 50% in stock market. So that if I lose out on the stock market, I still retain half of it through my bond investment. So this is Harry Friedman. So you can sort of read it in Money magazine in this famous statement. So therefore even if you have the best rational training in decision making process, you still make this decision based on some amount of irrationality and some amount of projections of your mind. So therefore this how your mind projects the outcome of your decision is a very important factor. The other important factor in the mind is the greed, which is often not very well cognized, but the entire human civilization and the entire expression system and value system that has come into existence is because of a small circuit in the medial part of our brain which drives this emotion called greed. And this emotion is a very important emotion. It connects to many different centers of the brain, and therefore it takes inputs from many different centers of the brain. So risk aversion and or risk appetite and the greed, these are kind of two sides of the balance in your decision making process if you want to think of it in an abstract way. So therefore from the neuroscience perspective, having a measure of these two activities, why some people have more stronger activation of the medial orbitofrontal cortex, which is where this emotion or rational or irrational thought of greed is driven by, and the ventromedial prefrontal cortex, it's a lot of word, alphabet soup. It's called VMPFC, in short, which basically communicates the information from the deeper, lower part of the brain, which is the primitive brain, to the upper part of the brain or vice versa. So how this balance is made is what drives the decision-making process. So from this perspective, I think if you could measure these activities by using the combination of stimulus that you are planning from the marketing perspective, then you might be able to design your marketing pitch in a more accurate way. But from a greater perspective, I think socially how these activities are, plays out in a population is what interests me most, because that's what keeps a society together, and that's what also maintains harmony. So if you look at its flip side of the same coin, that the reason you want to market it better because you want to make more profit out of it. But profit is also an abstraction that is created by our brain. It's not a reality in some sense, right? So how does these abstractions are perceived in different contexts in the brain is what I feel is more interesting to understand.
So I think business people might have a slightly different point of view over there. When you say profit is an abstraction, ultimately it is measured in some very real terms, and those real terms exist independent of what the...
True, I'll just characterize it a little bit better. I'm sure the Roman emperors have lots of accumulated wealth, but those accumulated wealth remained only in their mind. It didn't really last forever. So therefore, the profit is important for the presence of life, but it is also not very important in the longer perspective of a society. That's what I mean.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. You can't take it with you. So building on that point, let me come to Mr. Kalra. So if I look at some of the issues that has just been raised, greed, regret, and how these are key drivers, the fear of missing out and risk aversion. How do you see that as leading to better outcomes for an insurance company or for any dimensions, greed and regret and fear of missing out and risk aversion? What would be the applicability from an insurance perspective or even a service perspective?
Yeah, I think these are interesting points, and I think they cover the spectrum. So if I were to look at the risk aversion part, and we actually see the application of this in our communication. You know, and many players have tried this, that you show these situations where if something happens to you, what happens to your family, and you have classic advertising where you have a photo frame with a garland and the family going through a tough situation. That in a way is sort of hard hitting, and there is a section of people who would say that it sort of jolts the consumer and sort of makes the person realize, saying, oh, am I really missing something, or have I not given the due importance to this? But when we get into these sort of experiments with neuroscience and all, we clearly see that from a consumer perspective, this could actually lead to a situation of aversion, right? And that's where we look at approach motivation and metrics like that to say that we've actually seen that consumers tend to move away, saying, because I think as a society, we are an optimistic society, and that is where I really see an application of this, and we've seen it in reality, and that's where you see communication, especially in our industry, I can speak about that in more detail, has moved from that genre to something which is more positive, because consumers don't want to listen to the negative part. When it comes to the other side, greed, and of course, yes, it is prevalent in many people in different at different levels. What we've actually started doing, with us and the industry players, is it's actually forced us to make our communication that much more specific. So rather than say today that my X product, for instance, savings plan, can lead to this sort of a future for you, it is forced us to sort of make it specific, numerical. So we try and now get the specific aspect of saying pay get. That is something which is what we've seen consumers react to positively, that you pay so much and this is what you get. Now, we've taken it forward further, again basis consumer response and pressures, is today consumers are saying, don't just give me like in the last 3 years what's been the sort of returns that you give. They've come down to a point, and this could be influenced by the Q-commerce and the e-commerce. So I want to know now, I want to get it now. So it's like, tell me what is your returns as of yesterday. Tell me what is, if I had invested, what would I have got if I had, the policy would have matured yesterday. So that's the sort of specifics that we're getting into. And of course, the other dimension when you speak about service is the expectations have changed a lot. So while like tax tell us that the regulator tells us you can deliver a policy in 15 days, you can process a claim in 15 days and things like that. The expectations today is like why can't it be done in a matter of hours? Because that's the experience you're going through each and every day. With Q-commerce, with all these e-commerce platforms telling you, they actually showing you that okay, this is where the product has reached, and this is when it will be delivered. So I think the larger implication what we see is we cannot just say that we are part of this industry, or this is the product, and this is the behavior that should be expected, or the consumer should feel satisfied. It has now gone much beyond that, and we have to just look at every industry today to say that if that's the experience my consumer is getting from that industry, then the expectation is to sort of replicate it across industries, and that's, I think, become a very important factor for all of us across industries. And I would say it's not just limited to India today, it's gone global, because people are buying globally, I mean, yes, there were few years back it was about the privileged traveling abroad and buying stuff and saying, okay, I have something which is world class, which is not available here. But today, if you see, it's everything is available here. To the matter that even if a brand is not available here, you have platforms which make sure that you get it here. Classic example, like my son is into shoes these days, and he just loves shoes. And if a Nike shoe gets launched in the US and it's not there in India, and you can't export it from Nike because Nike doesn't send it to you here in India, you have platforms like StockX, ShoeX, and they send it to you. So suddenly the whole realm has changed now to say that what was a constraint and you sort of lived by it, you said, okay, fine, that's how it has to be. You suddenly say those barriers don't exist. There are means to get that. And that sort of, I would say, amplifies your greed because there is an inherent need in you. And the moment you say there are means and ways to satisfy that or in fact exceed that, it just keeps amplifying. So for companies like us, brands like us, it's suddenly become a never-ending story. You may feel that, yes, I have been able to satisfy my consumer, but honestly, it's become a never-ending story.
Very interesting. Very interesting. One could also make the claim that it actually changes the brains of people as they go into this loop faster and faster. Coming to the Brandscape's perspective, Brandscape's customers are these very large companies, and the value that Brandscapes is providing is better inciting and better dashboarding for these very large companies to help them to understand and do stuff with their customers. So in a sense, you actually have two sets of one direct customer and one indirect customer. So if I ask you to think about the same ideas, risk aversion, especially for the larger customers that really discovers, and think about how that plays out when Brandscapes as a company is engaging with them. How does regret play out? Would be the two that I would ask you about.
So when I look from the customer point of view, that's the companies that we work for. So definitely, like as Mr. Girish also said, like everyone is, today the product is, differentiation of the product is very less. And specifically if we talk about a CPG or FMCG product, differentiation is further less. So what, then what clients wants to know is, okay, what is it selling and how do I really make that sell happen? And what is that? So that's why if they do any kind of launch, any kind of product, what they want to do is they want to really ensure that I don't lose my current equity, but at the same time gain something. There is no cannibalization which is happening. So that's a constant thing which they keep on coming and asking us, and obviously everything has to come to speed. As the customers demand instant gratification, so the clients want also to do acts of things like that, right? Today the ads and all has to come every second day. They have to launch a new ad. That means every second day we have to do, find and give them results. So that's where some amount of decision making and this comes into play, because as a research partner, what we are supposed to do is then devise mechanisms so that we are quickly able to capture those findings and quickly give an input to the client, so that they are able to then decide, okay, this is what my next launch is, right? So we rely a lot on technology, a lot on AI, a lot on automation to really be able to bridge the time gap, because the traditional is that there is a lot of time gap, and today we can't live in a time gap. So that's like key thing. And a point that Professor said about profit, I think it's not profit. I'd rather say it's more the price. The price that a consumer pays, it's a very relative term. I mean, something which is inexpensive for a particular person is cheap for some other person. So that's something which we also try to decode. Okay, which is the right price point? So which is a point where the customer feels, yes, I am not cheated, but I have got a good deal, versus somewhere where they feel that they are cheated. So what we try to do through our research is we try to find those points of reassurance, so that they feel that they are averting the risk. So where could we, in every journey, every touch point, how we could reassure consumer that yes, they are moving the right direction, they are making the right choice. So that's what we at Grandscapes try to bridge the gap between them.
Thank you, Preeti. So I think that was a fairly good session and gives us a lot of food for thought. Let me now come to the audience and see if there are any questions that one would want to ask our panelists. Please, you can just give your name and a little bit of your background also with your question.
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody. My name is Dr. Shalini Singh, and I am a lifelong student of psychology, and I'm a corporate professional of the last 20 years in the banking sector mostly. My question, especially I'm hearing to all of you, is around research insights, and more to you, Preeti. Is there a difference that you see in the response when we are doing this with human beings versus we're doing this with AI? Because as we heard Professor Ray and Mr. Kara talk about, we're talking about projection of fear or greed. That doesn't apply to AI. So then how is it that we're looking at that projection or research?
Yeah. So basically, see, today when we use AI is actually used to do the standard things. Finally, it is always AI and HI. The HI has to play a role in filtering out, in making the true selection. So when we use AI, it's about maybe programming a survey, maybe cleaning the data. But final interpretation, which is the real gem, that's where the human brains come into play, and that's where we say. So yes, still HI is important. So AI will do the standard mundane task, but it is more about, how do we interpret it? The key thing is about interpretation, because what we do is we kind of bring in different sources together. So how do you link the sources together? How do you then find, that key insight, and hence, how do you inspire a client to take that particular action? That's important, and that's where human brains have no match. Thank you very much.
Other questions? Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so my name is Rohit Rajpal, and we are a third generation family business. We manufacture tillage tools for agricultural machines, and we're mostly B2B. So we work with distributors and machine manufacturers in 25 countries. So I was trying to apply, wonder how does neuroscience help us in the B2B segment? I mean, I could understand the consumer side of it, but is that...
So I will ask Preeti first, because she's a B2B, he's much more B2C.
Right. Yes, ma'am.
See, basically, it's while it's B2B or B2C, it's technically about the next level of customer at hand, right? Right. So basically, if you want to say sell and you're into tools and all this.
Farm machine tools. Yes.
Yeah, your machine too. So basically, for you to ensure that your retailer, distributor, whoever you are selling to, is able to sell it, it's important that you make that particular distributor, retailer in your district, right? So you have to explain him or maybe understand it. So when we do a lot of research in B2B, not specifically with agriculture, but we do a lot among retailers and a lot among distributors and all. So there, what we do, because their goal is to increase their own sales. So how does our tool, help them do that? And I just give you an example. Basically, we're trying to do, this client plays a lot of busy coolers and all in the retail shop. So the client wanted to convince the retailer that put that thing. So retailers, the thing was, okay, what will it add in my business? And basically through research, we were able to show him that adding a busy cooler at this particular space is going to really give you an incremental X sales, right? So then it kind of makes a case for the retailer or for your partner to really know, okay, if I invest in their tools, and their tools are really good, this is going to really finally help me in my sales. It's going to help me in increasing my own, market value per se. So that's how that will help. So basically, you have to actually study them and study what impact your tool is going to help in their business line.
Right. Let me just add a couple of observations to that. The other part is in the sales process. So when I am doing B2B, a lot of it is one-to-one selling. Right. So in one-to-one selling, the engagement process between the salesperson and the client can determine a lot of the outcomes beyond the specifications. Just like in insurance, one kind of insurance is not very different from the other kind. In most products also, the specifications may not be very different, the price may not be very different. So a lot then boils down to the sales process. Now, the sales process is a human-to-human engagement, and their wealth management financial services companies have already started deploying some of the ideas that we are talking about to help the account managers, the relationship managers, engage in a more productive way with their customers. So that's one area that I'm aware of where things are already happening. So the sales context is one application. The other application is, which is a question which I kind of raised with the panelists. Whenever a customer buys something, there is an element of risk. There is an element of how does one manage the transition which is associated with the risk. So again, within that sales process in the B2B context, that can have some interesting inputs from neuroscience. Right. Space for one more question and then
Thank you so
we
much.
will probably stop because we're already over time. Yes, sir.
Hi, good morning everyone. I'm Rohit, I'm EFPM scholar. I have a question for Professor Ray. Specifically, I wanted to understand the difference or impact, correlation between psychology and neuroscience. Typically, traditionally, how we learn business studies and everything, psychology was part of conventional marketing, right? What we could see in humans and we could drive our messaging accordingly. Is neuroscience providing a counterindicative parameters or measures which tells us that what you observe psychologically might not be actually what's happening in the brain and helps us devise different strategies to approach customers? Or is it just reinforcing the same part that earlier I could see it manifest on your facial expression, now I can see it how it's happening in your brain and then predict something. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's a very good question and a very pertinent question also. So what I understand about psychology is that it's kind of a sort of extrapolation of a black box approach. So what we look at is a input-output correlation, and then we built a model to sort of rationalize this input-output correlation and also create a empirical ranking scheme by which we can quantify between two different input-output or two similar input-output paradigms. So what neuroscience does is that it's kind of helps you to open this black box and see what is there inside, and gives you a sort of measurable quantitative aspect. For example, when we do functional MRI imaging, what we are actually imaging is the blood flow in the brain. We're looking at which part of the brain gets more flow of the blood, and indirectly that tells us which part of the brain is more active. When we look at using another technology called MEG, magnetic encephalography, we are actually measuring the electrical activities in the brain and seeing where the electrical activities are more focused during a certain action. Although MEG is not that precise as fMRI in terms of, and it requires a much stronger signal than fMRI. And then there is EEG and near infrared spectroscopy. So these are the processes which allows you to measure the activity inside the brain. And also the anatomy tells us how these centers of the brain are connected. So with that we generate again a second level of extrapolation, which is more informed extrapolation of the psychological models, and it refines the psychological models. So basically it allows you to do more informed guesswork in some sense, and hopefully in distant future it will be more not much of informed guesswork but will be actual measurement, because the technology is improving very fast.
So just a follow-up. So when you measure a signal or a blood flow, fMRI, how do you ascertain it's an input or an output? Or it's a function of an input and an output?
It's a very, very interesting question. Yes, you cannot. So that's why a lot of modeling is required and a lot of stimulus differentiation is required. So what we do is we sort of design the stimulus systems by various ways, and also a lot of psychological thought process and analysis and understanding goes behind that to design those stimulus and make sure that we discriminate between what is the stimulated response and what is the further other response. Yes.
I'll just close this with one little bit of supplement. So the sense that I got from you was psychology versus neuroscience. So it's probably
How do you put
a
it?
combination
Yes.
which helps us to improve. The last part of the response, so we did a study on what are the drivers of a choice when somebody chooses a weaker brand over a stronger brand when the functional specifications are more or less in the same ballpark. And to cut a very long story short, the key part over there that we were able to show was that a certain part of the head, which is called the anterior cingulate cortex, becomes more active when you choose a weaker brand, and that can potentially have 2 or 3 reasons, right? Because we know that that's the area of the head that drives those particular motivators of decisions. Now, to be able to isolate the reason, we needed to also do some lexical and behavioral studies, right? So it's kind of a virtuous circle over there. It's not either or. It's an additional toolkit that allows us to enhance the accuracy, if you will, and also it's a journey. And we are
not yet a perfect.
We are in the fairly initial steps of the journey. But even those initial steps are delivering insights which can alter outcomes for business quite substantially, because as Preeti said earlier, it allows us suddenly to explore the why at a much more deeper and direct level, which is not possible using the earlier methods. So I hope that was kind of an interesting first session. Thank you all very much. We will now break for a cup of tea and come back in about 15 minutes, maybe at 11:40, to start what we have as a demo session. So we've asked a company called Aero, which provides a lot of the equipment, and they will demonstrate some of the equipment over here for us to see how it all works. So see you in 15 minutes.
an exciting hands-on demonstration by Dr. Anirudh Uni from Aerobe Limited on neuroscience tools and methods. This session will showcase key neuro tools like EEG and FNRIS, giving us a practical understanding of how these technologies are applied in both research and industry settings. Let's welcome the team from Aerobe Limited to take us through this interactive session.
Okay, good morning everyone. So I'm Anirudh and I represent Behavioural, and it's a pleasure to be here at MDI Gurgaon and have the opportunity for this talk in this session where you're trying to bridge neuroscience and business. So today we will be exploring one of the most important and invisible drivers of business success, which is consumer decision making. So traditionally, research, you normally use surveys or focus groups where you only recognize what the consumers actually respond or answer, right? But what we are missing is actually the decision-making processes, right? And neuroscience provides this window to better understand the different phases that are involved, what is going on during the decision-making processes. And this will then help us to know not just whether they saw something or whether they understood the stimuli, but what was the actual thought process behind the stimulus presentation and ad or product. Okay, so in this presentation I will be focusing on two complementary neurophysiological and neuroimaging modalities, EEG, which is the electrical spark, and functional near infrared spectroscopy or FNS, which is the metabolic fuel that is required to maintain these electrical networks. Okay. So traditionally, for decades, marketing, we have always used some sort of surveys or focus groups to understand the participants or the consumers' responses. So these are the rational responses that the consumer gave based on their opinion, what they found about the product or the ad. But studies have stated that often most of the decision processing happens subconsciously. So outside, beyond the conscious awareness, and this number can be debated, some say like 90 to 95%, but the key principle is that the actual processing of the decision happens much before you can put it in words or verbalize it. And this is what, with neuroscience, you will be able to get information about the different phases in the decision flow, like attention, emotion, and value, which is something that you miss purely on like subjective or subjective based ratings or surveys. So neuroscience measures what they actually decide. So here I wanted to focus on what are the different phases during the decision-making phase, which we normally miss purely from like surveys or focus group sessions. So typically this happens on like multiple phases. So first you have an attention phase, that is, did they notice the stimulus that was presented, again an ad or a product. Then you have some sort of emotion that is associated with the presentation of the stimulus. This can be a positive response, a negative response, likability, desirability. Then you have a valuation phase, that is whether the brain actually assigns some sort of worth. Yeah, I would like to have this product, no, this is something that is not for me. And finally the action, that is, did this sort of valuation translate into a choice to purchase. So yeah, these are 4 important phases, and from this, with neuroscience we are trying to address all of these aspects. So we are moving from the traditional question of did they only notice the stimulus to are they actually wanting to make the choice to purchase. So that is the added layer which neuroscience can provide when you combine neuroscience in consumer behavior. Okay, so again, this slide is very important. I hope this is clear because throughout the presentation I will be coming back to these different phases. The attention, emotion, valuation, and action phases, which are the underlying which provide like the underlying window to the final decision that the consumer made. So once it is clear, now let's go to the 2 methodologies that I mentioned before. So EEG. So you can think of EEG as it is something that represents the speed of thought. It is measuring the electrical activity of the brain by using scalp electrodes, and it captures reactions in millisecond precision. So it has a very high temporal resolution, and it tracks real-time attention and emotion. Again, going back to the previous slide, so those are the first 2 phases within the decision-making process. So it instantly detects engagement with the stimuli, and EEG tells us when the brain reacts. So this figure that you see on the right, this is a classic example of an event-related potential, or an ERP, in response to a certain stimulus. That stimulus is presented multiple times, so it is averaged, and then you get something like this event-related potential. So what you see here on the x-axis, you have the time in milliseconds, and on the y-axis, this is the amplitude of the EEG signal in microvolts. You also see certain neural signatures here. So you see this P1, N1, P2, N2, P3, and these signatures or these markers kind of represent again the different factors in the decision flow that I mentioned earlier. So typically the P1 and N1, they represent the engagement to the early sensory attention. So that's the first phase within the decision making flow. Yeah. So did the brain really register the stimulus? You then have the P2 and N2, which is around 150 to 250 milliseconds, depending on the type of stimulus presented. And this represents the perceptual evaluation, or if there is some sort of a conflict, yeah, whether I really want this, so that's this likability part which I mentioned, yeah, so that is the internal valuation. And then you have the P3 or the P300, which is typically 300 to 500 milliseconds after the presentation of the stimulus, which encodes the memory and the attention. Yeah. So, yeah, the good thing about EEG, like I said, shows you the speed of thought. So this is something where using EEG you can actually dissociate this overall decision flow. This can be seen in real time through these neural signatures that I mentioned. There are also some standard EEG metrics that are used in applied research. So what I showed before, by the way, this was basically the time series data, right? You see on the x-axis that's the time versus the amplitude. You can also do like a frequency analysis. So in this case, the entire time series data is split into different frequency spectrum, and typically you have the alpha frequency, which is around 8 to 12 hertz. Yeah? And what has been seen is that, especially when you are in a very relaxed state, in a drowsy state, typically you have high alpha activity. We will also see this later in the demo, where I will show combined EEG-FNS. So when you close your eyes, you can clearly see this alpha activity in your hospital channels. So When you are relaxed, you have much higher alpha. As you provide that attention, as you are trying to focus on a certain task, you will see this alpha activity suppressed, especially in the parietal areas. So this is one well-established neural marker in applied research. There is also another which is frontal persymmetry, which kind of indicates the approach versus avoidance. So whether the subject or the consumer is leaning towards the stimulus or pulling away from the stimulus. And typically this is seen again using the frontal channels. So what you see is that if you are trying to approach the signal, if you are happy, if you are desirable, you see more activity in the left frontal. And if you are repulsed by the stimulus, then you have more activity on the right. So this is this sort of frontal persymmetry concept which is often used in this approach versus avoidance phenomenon. And finally, the memory encoding, the P300 response which I showed you in the previous slide, that's basically the P3 which is involved in attention and memory encoding. So here, instead of asking if the consumer or the participant, if they really saw the stimulus, we can actually look at the brain data to see if they really, or not saw, if they remembered the brand, for example. You can go into the brain data and see if they have this P300 response, which will indicate this sort of memory encoding. Okay. So again, these are established neuromarkers grounded in cognitive neuroscience, not self-report estimates. Okay, so that was the basics of very brief overview of EEG. The second modality, so this is a complementary neuroimaging modality, functional near-infrared spectroscopy, or the brain's fuel. So what this measures is you have basically near-infrared light, yeah, and you are trying to measure the oxygenated blood flow. The concept is very similar to pulse oximeters that we use to measure the oxygen saturation. And this kind of reflects the metabolic investment or how much energy or how much effort is put by the brain for a particular task. So here, FNIRS tells you exactly where the increased effort is and how much the brain invests, compared to EEG, which only tells you when something happens in the brain. Yeah. So this is why it is a good idea to combine both EEG and FNIRS, because together you will have both high temporal resolution from EEG, but also high spatial resolution, and it provides two independent sets of information. The figure that you see on the right here, so this is the standard hemodynamic response, the response that you see when you perform FNIRS. So you can see that again on the x-axis you have the time. The stimulus is presented at time 0, and what you see on the y-axis, that's the relative concentration changes of oxygenation. You can see that there is an increased oxyhemoglobin and decreased deoxyhemoglobin. So this is what you typically see with FNIRS, so that's the hemodynamic response. It is analogous to what I showed you before, ERP with EEG. So what you can also see here is that the peak response actually takes some time, right? The stimulus is presented and it's only after anywhere between 5 to 8 seconds that you see this peak oxyhemoglobin response. And this is why FNIRS doesn't instantly tell you when something happens, but it tells you where it happens in the brain. So it has a very high spatial resolution, again in the cortical areas, and it also tells us how much the brain invests, the effort that it invests in the task. You can think of this as, when I say that how much effort the brain invests, this is something related to, if you go back to the decision flow, maybe the valuation. Yeah? Because here the brain is really trying to make a valuation of the stimulus that is presented and the more the effort that is being made to judge the likability or the unlikability of it. Okay, and how EEG and FNIRS are linked, this is through this neurophysiological concept called neurovascular coupling. I won't go into the complete details here, but I just wanted to know, provide very briefly. EEG measures the electrical spark. The electrical spark here is the neural activity. Neural activity happens immediately from the scalp electrodes. You can see the EEG spikes happening through reflection. What happens in the brain is that there are some physiological reactions, neurometabolic coupling, neurovascular coupling, and finally what you see, that is the signal that is measured by F nerves, that is this increased oxyhemoglobin and decreased deoxyhemoglobin. So that's the red and blue curves that you see here. So this is your response that you see. So it's basically neurovascular coupling as a whole provides this biological link between EEG and F nerves, which also explains how you can get like this high spatio-temporal resolution when you combine both of them. So with EEG, you get the high temporal precision, it tells you when something happens in the brain. With F nerves, high spatial resolution, where something happens in the brain and how much effort is being used. So together, combining EEG and F nerves will provide like deeper decision insights into the decision making process. So now that we have first covered the part about the different phases of decision making and then a brief overview into the two different neuro imaging technologies, how can this be applied in consumer neuroscience? So typically, here's one example where you have like two ads that you present to subject, ad A and ad B. The y-axis, this is an arbitrary value. It can be something like a neural correlate or a neural metric. You can see that for ad A, you have higher attention, but there is not enough valuation. So this is what we call as the empty attention phenomena, where you are not really able to convert the consumer's preference. So you are able to grab the attention, but again, when you look at the decision phase, you have the attention, emotion, valuation. So valuation plays a key role in basically converting this this decision, or helping this consumer to decide on accepting a product. So winning attention is not the necessary goal here, it is actually winning purchase. And I believe I had this discussion with Yash earlier. You were already doing some projects in this regard. So I think this is a very important concept, which is not something that you can traditionally get purely from surveys or focus groups. So you really need to get these deeper insights into the decision making. The second example here is like, in ad B you see that there is still like moderate attention, but it has high valuation. And you will also see this in some of the peer review papers that I'll mention, where we look specifically into the valuation networks or the brain areas, and this has a better chance of actually converting into purchase. Okay, this is another example, again going into the same concept. So in the supermarkets, you have these sort of shiny graphics, shiny images to attract the customer. So it clearly drives attention. Purely, if you look at the EEG, you will see these spikes in the EEG. But when you look also at like the premium design that you see here, like the minimalistic class, this will also show you the perceived value. So for example, again, combining EEG and F nerves here would really help, because you are just not trying to see the attention part, but also whether this attention really converted into value. So this is my saying that attention wins the eye, but value wins the world. So now I'll be going through some of the publications where neuroscience has been really used to predict market success. So this was a paper from Venkatraman et al. In 2015. They did the study in fMRI. So fMRI is, you are again measuring the blood FNS, but it has much more complete or much higher spatial resolution, unlike FNS where you can only get like the cortical brain areas. So here, what they saw was that basically the researchers measured the people's brain responses when they watched ads, and they specifically focused on the brain's reward circuit, a reward region called the ventral striatum. So this is a much deeper subcortical structure. Sorry, not subcortical, it's a much deeper structure closer to the basal ganglia. And they then compared the brain signals to actually how well these ads performed in the marketplace. And what they found was that the ads that triggered stronger responses to the ventral striatum, brain responses, they were the same ads that actually did well in the marketplace. In fact, could so say that the neural predictors were able to forecast the real world advertising success even when the surveys were not able to provide a clear picture. So again, all of us don't have the luxury to use an MRI scanner, but I want to emphasize that even with like mobile setups like EG and FNS, you still have network connections. So there are network connections from deeper structures, even in the reward circuit, like the ventral striatum up to, let's say, the orbitofrontal cortex or the ventromedial prefrontal cortex. So you can still use this combined EG FNS to understand this neural valuation. Okay, yeah, this is a very famous study by Plasma et al. In 2008, where they actually provided consumers with the same wine tasting, just that the wine was presented as, okay, this is cheap wine, and then they provided the same wine but then made the pricing different. So it was like the low wine that you can see here, one was a $5 wine, and the other they presented as a $45 or $90 wine, but it was effectively the same wine that was provided. And very interesting study. What they saw is that this marketing signal, which is the price, can actually be used to trick the brain into encoding higher activity in these value related brain areas. So it showed that higher the price, higher was the reported pleasantness, and the ventromedial prefrontal activity also increased with the perceived value. So here the marketing really was able to alter the neural signal. Okay, and one final study, yeah, I'm biased to this because this is my own study during my time as a postdoc in Germany. So here we looked at neural valuation in real world decision making, not in the context of consumer neuroscience, but we wanted to also see whether like you have these shared valuation mechanisms that can also be spread across different decision domains. So in this case, there was subjects had a driving task, and we did whole head FNS, and the subjects were under time pressure, so they had to reach from point A to point B within a specified time, and then we intentionally included some obstacles. And we were trying to see how the subjects actually interacted when they encountered different agents like autonomous cars or human-driven cars, with the knowledge that autonomous cars are much more superior and technologically advanced, so they have much higher braking reaction times, and they have these collision avoidance systems. So what we saw is that in this case, because the drivers wanted to get the reward, the reward was directly linked to whether they complete the task on time, they were able to take advantage. So again, we are looking at the valuation here. They are taking advantage when they realize that, okay, I am under pressure, I want to really do this, compared to when they were interacting with other human-driven cars, where it is more like a norm-oriented interaction. So again, you see very nice activity both in the ventromedial and orbitofrontal cortices, very similar to what we saw before, so areas associated with variation, and this also suggests the shared valuation mechanisms across different decision domains. Okay, so coming to the end, I was told that many of you all are not from the neuroscience background, so some of this might have been complex, but if you take these three key takeaways, EEG captures when the brain reacts, FNS captures where and how much metabolic fuel is invested by the brain, and together they can predict the consumer decisions beyond self-report, all these four phases that I mentioned during the decision flow. Right? It's not just the attention, but also the emotion, valuation, which eventually decide whether the brain value signals decode and accept the decision to finally purchase a product. Okay. So winning attention is not necessarily equal to winning purchase. These are the three main takeaways from this. And I will now follow this up with a demo where you can also see how the setup is, how the signals are. But in the meantime, I'm also happy to take questions. Thank you.
Up to how much depth can you measure using FNS?
So typically this again depends on the channels that you define. So with FNS you have a source and a detector. So the distance of the channel determines the depth. Often in literature we use like around 3 centimeters distance, so then the depth is around 1.5 to 2 centimeters, so mainly only the cortical.
It's about how much energy is invested in that decision making by the purchaser is something that curious to understand when a consumer is making a purchase, then it's related to how much energy is being invested in a particular product that determines the flow to the brain. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm not from a neuroscience background, but
Yeah, I mean, essentially it is that. So when they want to try to, it is not just winning the attention. They see the product, you are able to grab attention, but then the valuation mechanism depends on how much energy or effort is being used by the brain to make this distinction of like likability or desirability or unlikability.
and therefore that can be any area of life and work. It's right now we're talking about consumer behavior. It could be extended to other, life decisions and leadership and corporates and all of that.
Yes, in principle, this is what we see, that the overall decision making can be translated across domains, and what we are looking at is specifically the reward.
So let me add a little bit more response and color to that one. So we are doing a project for a large automotive company where we're actually looking at behavior change. We're trying to understand the present habitual behaviors and what are the underlying drivers, and then where one wants the behavior to be and what are the requirements over there, doing some interventions and then measuring again. So going back to the idea of quantification. So we have a session towards the end where we kind of take you through some of the projects that the center has done.
Anything else?
I had a question. Considering you're measuring impulse and blood flow, so are we quantifying it as more neurons getting fired and hence consuming more blood flow, or how does it correlate, the vascular and the electrical part of it?
So, normally when we talk about neural activity is elicited when you cross a particular threshold, right? So you have multiple neurons that fire, and that shows you a spike on the EEG. With FNS here in this context, we are specifically looking at brain areas associated with valuation. So we want to see that when the brain tries to make this valuation, does it make sense to, or it evaluates, is there a likability or a desirability associated to this product? Specifically in these valuation related brain areas, you will see this increased oxygenation.
And it's a lagging process.
It's a lagging process.
Thank you.
So that's the reason why we want to combine both EEG and FNS.
So when the neuron fires, it consumes a lot of energy, a lot of glucose in a sense. And to burn glucose convert glucose to energy, you have to burn it, literally. Make carbon dioxide out of glucose. And that's the reason why you need oxygen. And so the blood flow systems are adapted to it, so that when the neurons are active, so more blood flows into the neurons.
So I was primarily getting at more number of neurons firing, causing a higher amplitude, a few...
Both. It's causing higher amplitude as well as it is causing more blood flow.
Okay. So, yeah, by the way, this Amrita Raya who was forced to volunteer for me. Yeah, it's often not so easy to get people because, there's always this sort of anxiety, oh, what are you going to do? There is no stimulation, nothing, we are only purely recording the rate. So, what you see in this caps over here, I have, this is the live amp. So this is the EEG amplifier. You can see this is a very portable device. Normally we also have like a kind of a pocket behind, so you can place this. It's completely wireless, so the data is transmitted up to a distance of like 30 meters. So you can really use it in applied research, have the participants moving. And what you see here, this is the Neuroscience 2 FNS device from NIRX, and yeah, it's slightly bulkier, but in principle you can also put this in like kind of a backpack. So there have been studies done here also in like mobile settings. Yeah, Yash and Luke were there to support me in preparing the subject. So we have already set everything up. I don't know how clear it is. You see that there are these sort of white channels. These are the EEG electrodes. Yeah? The scalp electrodes will directly pick the electrical potential. What you see here, so these are kind of springs. Let me show it to you. So this is purely a spring. Here we have defined like sources and detectors. So FNS, like I said, it works similar principle as a pulse oximeter. So you have an LED light source and a detector. Right? So you have a source detector combination, and each source detector combination becomes a channel. So we will first try to set. So what I have here, that is the data acquisition of the FNS. This is Aurora. We will first try to set this up. I'll just need some time in connecting. We also need to do it with EEG here. So just give me a couple of minutes to set it. Right now we are just connecting the EEG data acquisition software. So we are linking this amplifier to the data acquisition software. Again, the data is transmitted here via Bluetooth.
So just for the reference, so we have the mobile EEG over here, that is the live amp, but in our lab we have the wired one, which is Actichat, though from the same manufacturers, but over here it's the mobile. In our lab we have the portable one.
Okay, so one of the important aspects in getting good quality EEG data depends on yeah, the impedance plays a very important role in your data signal quality. So impedance considered as resistance. So if you have poor impedance, you will have poor signal quality. So here you can see that there are some channels which are green. Yeah? some which are red. So red means they are like very poor impedance. We have not prepared all of them due to time constraints. For the demo, we only want to focus on some of the prefrontal channels and the occipital channels. Yeah, so that is what you see here. And you can also see like, so if I hover this over the channels, I get an idea about the kind of impedance.
So, I mean, you can actually think of impedance as the contact quality, and these numbers, lower the numbers, better would be the impedance, better the contact quality.
Okay, so we will first show you how the data looks like. So I will try to record this. Yeah, there are many channels. We will just select a few channels of interest. This is a typical FP1 channel, so the channel that is there in the prefrontal area. So typically the prefrontal cortex is known to be involved in executive functions, emotion regulation. But what you can also see, you see these sort of spikes. This is related to the eye blink, so it captures also the eye blink. So this is an artifact. So every time Ananda Bhaiya blinks his eye, you can see this kind of a V shape, so that's the deflection. So again, both with EEG and FNS, it is not as easy as you just put in the channels and you have the data that is already ready to perform like your action valuation. There's a lot of reprocessing involved. The actual EEG signal that of interest that we want is like very small, and you can see that the size of the artifacts are very high. This is a typical pattern that you also see when you scan. So you can see these sort of scanning patterns as well. So these are artifacts that you have to remove. Nowadays you also have like real-time filtering processes which will remove this instantly. Okay, so that is FP1. I will now also show another channel, typically showing this alpha activity. So here I mentioned to you about alpha. Yeah? That is basically the 8 to 12 hertz frequency. Normally when you are in a relaxed state, you will see this increase of alpha, especially in the occipital areas. Here we can also see the traditional pattern. It is a bit difficult, but people who normally kind of like meditate, or like the research that is being done with monks, you see this increased theta and alpha pattern that is like from 4 to 12 hertz. But what I can show you is also if we switch on that view. So this is a different sort of acquisition software where you are streaming the data, and right. So okay. Yeah. So you can see that in this case, for the moment, just ignore the noisy part. I want you to focus on the FFT. So this is what I mentioned, the frequency spectrum. Here, what you're seeing specifically for the OZ channel, you can see that the theta and alpha, so that is the yellow and green, are like pretty prominent. And अभी आपको कोई tasks नहीं है, ठीक है? Mathematical करना है, ठीक है? So 5 plus 7. Well, पक्का. 12 plus 12. 24 minus 12. What is interesting see is that when I'm asking you questions, there you really require focus and attention. If you observe the beta, that is the blue one, that was increasing. Whereas when you looked at it when he was like at rest, it was more the theta and the alpha which were higher than beta. You can see that the theta and alpha increase in a relaxed state compared to when you put a person under pressure. So this is what I also mentioned before during the talk about alpha suppression. So these are again metrics that have been used in applied research to understand the attention phase during the decision making process. Okay. Any questions regarding EEG? Sorry? Delta. So these are the different frequencies. Yeah? So delta is basically the very low frequency. I don't know. Yes, you know the yeah, it's for sleep, but the range. 4 to 6. 4 to 6. Okay. So 4 to 6. That's the delta range. So you have basically the subdelta, delta, theta, alpha, and beta. Beta is what is normally used when you are trying to be attentive. So that is more than 13 to 30 hertz. Yeah. Then there is also a gamma, which is about 30 hertz. So when you look at all of this, you get an understanding of, imagine like a consumer viewing a product or a logo, and then you try to look at specific channels of interest. This will give you some sort of insights into their valuation or their likelihood.
So, I mean, all these frequencies, this is how I learned. It's diclofenac tablet. So, D is for delta, T is for theta, A is for alpha, B is for beta. So, it starts from 0.5 to 4 hertz or 3.5 hertz for the delta. Then you have the theta 4 to 6 hertz. And in some of the papers, they also talk about 4 to 6, 4 to 6.7. 6.5, then you have from 7.5 to 13 or 12.5, that is your alpha. And then comes the beta, which is from 13 to 30 hertz. Then comes the lower gamma and the higher gamma, which is from 30 hertz to 60 hertz. From 60 hertz and beyond till 85 hertz is your higher gamma.
So yes, beta signified attention. What did delta signify?
It's moreover related to sleep. So,
Sleep.
Yeah.
Okay. Because delta spiked significantly while you were observing it.
So
the amplitude spike was 5. So I think what's the manifestation in terms of measuring?
Dr. Anirudh actually used the term artifacts. So artifacts is just noise over here. So there are few artifacts or the noise within those frequency ranges as well. So it's like we all are speaking at the same time and we want to isolate your, let's say, speech sound. So it's about your speech sound, the frequency could match someone others as well. So maybe it could be in the same frequency range. So we are trying to isolate yours. So we cannot just say that there is this frequency range which is only and only responsible for X. So that is not the case. So let's say for example, for the normal human subjects, there will be, you are actually looking at the alpha over here. Let's say if you have a schizophrenic participant over here, subject over here, you won't see the alpha changes. The alpha synchronization or the desynchronization, even when the subject is closing their eyes, there will be no alpha. So that is also there.
So then which one becomes most active when there is decision making that is happening? Which of the people?
So it's the combination of alpha and theta. So there is frontal theta asymmetry and frontal alpha asymmetry. So the approach withdrawal that we mentioned, so higher the alpha in the left, higher the approach, lower the theta in the left, higher the approach. So it's like, let's say if I'm asking you whether you like Sandro or Lamborghini. So for the Lamborghini, as soon as I said Lamborghini, the left, I mean this is what I assume, that since it's the hedonic one, your left the area, sorry, the left area or the F3 area will have higher alpha if for the central, but for the lymphogeny it would be lower. Means you are approaching the stimuli. And for the theta it's the vice versa.
You can do the same with the here as well to see if there is a difference that comes up.
Not over here, because this is just a demo, and what you are seeing is simply the fact that very basic movements like blinks and moving from side to side or 24 minus 12, so you can see the spikes over there. When you're actually collecting data, then you need to have some controls in place. So what you want to capture is the impact of the stimulus on the behavior and the brain waves which are correlated to the stimulus. So just like Yash was saying just now, there will be, even in a lab condition, there will be other extraneous things which are also coming up, showing up as those signals. So those need to be then screened out so that you then focus on the stimulus to response. So that will then have different dimensions to be captured. So if you're capturing it from here, it's the approach and approach motivation versus avoidance motivation, or engagement or attention or emotion. So different electrodes in different parts of the scalp have different interpretations. I don't know how many electrodes are there just now. I think for EG I probably see maybe 12.
There are 32. We have prepared, I think, around 10.
10 or 12, right? So depending on how much data from which parts of the head you are looking for, you can have 32, you can have 64, you can have 16, depending on the granularity of the data that you want and so on.
We also have like networks, attentional networks, so it's like a frontoparietal network. It's not just specific regions, but the fact that your brain is consisting of networks, so you will also try to look at all of them.
The research question or the business question that you're asking will also determine what you put in there.
Okay, we will just have a look at now the deafness data. So, as I mentioned, deafness we are using near infrared light. So you have a source and a detector, a source and detector. It is approximately 3 centimeters. So what you see here, that's the topological layout of what I have prepared out here. So that's like S1, D1, that's source 1, detector 1, source 2, detector 2. And you see these bars, so between them, so that is a channel. So given that this is an optical neuroimaging technique, it is also often influenced by light. So in an ideal setup, you would also need to have this sort of cover cap. I think it is still there, but we can try it once without. So first thing what we need to do is the calibration. So for each channel, we want to see the signal quality, just like we saw for impedance with EEG, right? So if you have good impedance, you will have good signal quality. Similarly, we have to do this over here. So I will just going through the calibration process, what it tries to do here is that the actual amplitude of the near infrared light, the source, is being increased to see whether it is being detected by the detector. Yeah, sometimes it takes time. This is long. Okay. So I think we will also carry. I think it's there. There is this. So we often put a black cap. No. It's fine, it's fine. So the signal quality seems to be good. What we have to still do here is that typically you have hair below the off-road tips, right? So that's why we have these sort of springs. So if there is something specific, like you try to rotate the spring, actually the participant doesn't feel much. It is more like, imagine a cork screw that you are trying to turn, but on the surface, so it's trying to push the hair directly beneath these off-road stores. So again, yeah, signal optimization is finished. So most of your data quality depends on these calibration processes. So this is one of the first parts. If your signal impedance or if your calibration is not good, then you will have not such a good data. So now we will try to see how the data looks like. So if you remember the slide, I mentioned like you have an oxy and deoxyhemoglobin. Here you see this regular pulse. Yeah. What do you think this would be? Heartbeat? Yes. Right. So what you are measuring is actually the heartbeat. And again, I mentioned this is an artifact in FNS signal. So when you look at it from a pre-processing from a post-processing perspective, this is an artifact just like you have like hybrids or EG, so you have to reduce these effects. But for data acquisition, this is an indication of how good your setup is. So if you are able to see these pulsations, then it means that your setup is quite good. And I will now also show you like how the plot looks like here. So you can see the overall hemoglobin changes in each of the signals. So, Abhi, continues. So, with this, so he's using the left hand. So typically you have, you expect more activity. So the motor, in motor tasks, it's always contralateral. So if you do like some left hand activity, normally you see more activation in the right motor cortex and vice versa. Again, there is not like a standard. Some people still also see effects on ipsilateral, but it is more pronounced on the contralateral side. So you can see this increased effect. And there is now this one channel which seems to be like really prominent. Yeah. Abhi? See that it takes time, it gradually goes down, unlike EEG which is instant, and now we still have 6. Sometimes the handedness also matters. So here it is not so prominent as the previous one, but you still see some, again this one specific channel. Again, compared to the ipsilateral side, the contralateral seems to show more. Channels, there is increased oxygenation, yeah, to continue to provide the effort for the brain. And now you can see this is more gradually. What you also need to know, like, so again, when you try to apply this in realistic settings, there are a lot of constraints to also think about. So for example, movement of the head, this can cause artifacts. Now I can show you the so often when you keep the head down, would have increased blood flow. So here we are not looking at really the neurovascular response, but the blood flow due to calorie. Yeah, so you can see this increased activity. So there are some controls to keep in mind. Again, you have the methodology, but you need to also have these sort of restrictions, which can also become challenging. So I also want to show you the other side. So it is not just as easy as setting everything and you can do this. A lot depends on the post-processing, but there are established pipelines as well, and such systems are being used in consumer neuroscience. Okay, so any questions?
This was a muscular movement that we saw you there, but if it is a decision that is happening without being spoken or be sort of, action-wise, just a decision in the brain will that make obviously.
Yes. So here I intentionally asked him about the motor movement because the coverage that we have covered the motor cortices. If it is specifically through like decision making, so imagine I have more prefrontal channels, all of them here, and then if we ask him the same like task, mathematical task, you will see this sort of changes. Also, there are like studies which show like typically you have the midline, the frontal midline. There is also like an error-related area. So I ask him, and even if he's pregnant, I'm like, okay, I push him. Are you sure? You can sometimes see this like very prominent on the midline. So this is like the error-related neural correlation. So these are specific, but again, this depends. Then, like I said, depending on your research question, you will then have the sort of pattern of your approach or your approach. Okay, so if there are no more questions, then thank you very much.
With that insightful demonstration, we now break for lunch, and please join us in the dining area. integrated into undergraduate education, focusing on curriculum design, interdisciplinary learning, and preparing students for future careers at the intersection of brain science and applied domains. We're delighted to once again have Professor Krishanu Ray with us. You've already heard from him earlier in the day, and we're thrilled to have him back on this panel as well, bringing in his deep perspective on neuroscience education and his vision for building interdisciplinary learning frameworks. Joining him as a second panelist is Professor Sumitava Mukherjee, Associate Professor in the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences at IIT Delhi, and one of India's leading voices in decision science and behavioral research. Professor Mukherjee's work explores how humans think, decide, and act, from understanding the psychology of gains and losses, or studying everyday decision making linked to well-being and sustainability. His research beautifully integrates cognitive science, psychology, and behavioral economics, disciplines that truly form the scientific foundation of any neuro-based understanding of behavior. He was a Department of Science and Technology postdoctoral fellow at IIM Ahmedabad under the mentorship of Professor Arvind Sahai. At IIT Delhi, he leads the Water Thoughts Research Group, which applies behavioral and psychological insights to topics like drinking water and sustainable behavior. His work strongly resonates with the Sustainable Development Goals, emphasizing how behavioral insights can drive social change. His efforts to nurture behavioral science in India include initiating the annual decision-making conference in 2022, a unique platform connecting scholars, students, and practitioners in this emerging field. His contributions have been recognized with several honors, including the Emerging Psychologist 2014 and Young Psychologist 2020 awards from the National Academy of Psychology and the Outstanding Researcher Award from IIT Gandhinagar. Currently, he is also a visiting fellow at the London School of Economics. Please join me in welcoming Professor Sumitava Mukherjee, whose insights into linking behavioral and cognitive sciences with undergraduate learning to enrich today's discussion. And once again, we are fortunate to have Professor Arvind Sahai, Director of MD at Gurgaon and Chairperson of Center for Behavioral and Neuroscience Lab, moderating this panel as well. Under his guidance, this session promises to stimulate new ideas on how neuroscience can be meaningfully integrated into classroom and beyond. Over to you, Professor Sahai.
So good afternoon, everyone. I don't know how many of you guys were here in the morning. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So most of you are not there. So let me introduce Professor Krishanu, because you got his introduction, but not Professor Krishanu. Professor Krishanu is former director of the National Brain Research Institute, and a lot of his work has been done in understanding decision making, how neurons connect to make decisions. And from National Brain Research Institute, which is down the road over here, he's now a senior professor at the BITS Pilani in the Hyderabad campus. And one of the reasons why I requested his presence today over here is that BITS Pilani is considering starting a course in neuroengineering at the bachelor's level, which will combine neuroscience, engineering, and some applications, hopefully some business applications also, which is the interest that I have from the perspective of a business institution like MDI Gurgaon. So a rich experience that he's bringing to the table, which we would like to learn from, and also to make our own contributions. Just to add to Professor Sumitava's introduction, he is a cognitive scientist with some repute. I've had the pleasure of working with him on a couple of projects, and I think I've learned as much from him as probably he has learned from me, I hope. He's also very much into both the research and teaching sides from in the School of Social Sciences and Humanities, which has a large overlap with what one does in business school. And since this institution is actively thinking of an undergraduate program from next year, we want to learn from the experience and knowledge from other places. So maybe we can draw some things that we can put over there. So that's part of the purpose. Also to kind of share with the people over here some aspects of what neuroscience is. So let me start off by sharing a little bit about why neuro matters in the curriculum. How many people here are from the PGDM HR program? PGDM program. PGDM Business Analytics. So everyone is PGDM. Now, how many of you guys can, volunteer? Somebody?
So we're looking for a volunteer.
Just one, raise your hand, one person. No, you're not a student. PGDM student. I want a PGDM student.
We request a PGDM volunteer.
Raise your hand, just raise your hand. I just have a few questions. Don't worry, I'm not going to bite you.
Or change your grade.
Okay, then I'm going to point the finger at someone, right? There you are, finally. So tell us what you think neuroscience is.
Sir, basically how we think, what makes us think, things are the way we think, how neurons interact within our brain, how we react to different situations. So the science is basically understanding all of that for better decision making.
Okay. What is the link between what we are going to be talking about today and the courses that you've done over the past 2 years? Everybody second year? First year? First year, all first years? So you would have done 3 courses, I think, in your OBHR?
Yes.
Yeah. So whatever stuff that you've covered over there, what is the link between that and what we are doing, what we are discussing today?
So the link probably, the link would be that in OB and HR we have studied that as managers and leaders you have to deal with people differently, like people who work under you, everyone's different, so you have to understand everybody. So neuroscience would probably help us understand them in a better way so that we can be more efficient at work.
So I think that's part of the reason why we are doing this, because ultimately, please.
So just one more quick question. I mean, any one of you can answer. So how many of you are aware what is a neuron? Okay, so good bit of hand. So that's very nice. How many of you are aware that how a behavior is made using neurons?
So right now, for example, the lady in pink is looking at the boy in black and they are talking to one another. So
it is too complex.
What is the role of the neuron over there?
Let's say we flash a picture of an iPhone and immediately your eyes move towards that picture. Right? So how many of you know how that happened?
Neuroplasticity.
Neuroplasticity is more complex. I'm just talking about a simple reflex. Or somebody pinches you and you immediately raise your hand to slap that person. So that kind of a reflex. How many of you know how it is made? Yes? That's nice.
So there are waves of current which are passed through the neurons, and it takes many neurons to pass on that current from our brain to our whatever limb we want to use to react to that situation. So it is a pass of electric signals through the neurons.
Okay, so that's kind of okay, but I can think of it in a more modular manner, but yeah, that's kind of okay. Yeah, so that's the sort of quick quiz that I wanted to have. Thank you.
Okay, so for you guys as managers, as you go out, very quickly you will discover that the principal task that you have, or a key principal task that you have, is managing other people. And if you want to manage other people, you have to understand them. And if you want to understand them better, then a knowledge of neuroscience will help you. Why? Because there are now reasonably good maps correlating not just facial expressions but actions to what is happening over here. And so once you become better at recognizing, and some people are intuitively better than it. By the way, women are better than men at it to some extent. Right? In emotion recognition. This is not a gender biased statement, it is a biological reality. Okay. In the middle 60%. Right? At the extremes, there are some men who will be better, at the extremes, there will be some women who will be worse. So, it allows you to be better managers, better leaders. Good knowledge of neuroscience allows you to get a sense of what is driving the other person's behavior. Which is one reason why neuroscience is slowly making its way into different areas outside of humanities, outside of biology. It is coming there slowly, it will come more and more. It's a matter of when, not if. Therefore, the conversation today, that's why it matters so far as the curriculum is concerned. So with that as the backdrop, I just shared with you that BITS Pilani is thinking of launching a program. So let me start out with you, sir, to kind of request your thoughts on what is your visualization of how the program will look like. What are some content areas that you will want to integrate? Why those particular content areas? And how do you hope to convince people that this is a program that people should actually take on board, should take up?
Yeah, thank you for this question, because this is something bothering me for last 6 months. So yeah, it's a big challenge. So basically, what I did is what all human brain does, mimic. So I just scoured the internet and wrote frantic emails to all my friends and colleagues and acquaintances about those who are involved in running such programs all over the world, and asking them, what do they teach. The answer that I got and the understanding that I have after studying myself is that I'm still a bit confused about how to really produce a good neuroengineering curricula. But I have got some structured idea in some sense that what you need to know is what is a brain and how does it function. We are basically our brain. So our brain is what we are, and our society is what our brains are. And not only just the human brain, it's all other brains, all other animals. So therefore, understanding the brain is the first foundation that should help us to understand the behavior. And the behavior is essentially the psychology that we talk about. Behavior has both, the simple behavior and structured and refined behavior. And humans are particularly capable of this highly structured and refined behavior, and what we call rational behavior, which is again, if we understand how the rational behavior is generated, then we can actually sort of interpret each other much better. And hopefully, from a philosophical perspective, many of our conflict can be easily resolved by just blaming the bad neuron. And or many of our conflicts might be resolved by just stimulating the good neurons. So therefore, if we understand how the brain functions, then we can actually evolve a more refined exchange or behavior exchange paradigm, which is what we are as society. Society is essentially a behavior exchange, where we exchange our behavior and for some reward. Not really money, although money is the symbol that stimulates the reward, but the money generates dopamine secretion in the right parts of the brain, and that's the reward that we are always seeking, the dopamine high. And also serotonin, which cools down some of our anxiety. So therefore, understanding these, understanding how it works,
may not make you a neuroscientist, but will definitely help you to make more informed strategic decisions. And that is where I see the scope of neuroscience and psychology in business. Psychology is already very much part of the business training, and I think neuroscience will give meaning to the psychology that you learn in this process. For the engineers, it's a different story altogether. Now, as we understand behavior by studying the brain, we need implements, we need devices, we need to make new kind of machines to interrogate the brain, to see the brain in a different way than just gazing the expressions. Right now, you are having a peek into my brain by looking at my auditory signals, by receiving the auditory input from my larynx and by my facial expressions, mostly. I don't have graphics to augment that, but I'm just giving you I'm trying to build an imagination in your brain through my auditory modulation. And so basically I am actually altering all your brain frequencies right now. If that EEG headset is here and put on some of your heads and on my head, you would see certain beta synchronization. All right. So therefore, this our brain is like that. It's a plastic device. It's highly flexible and constantly evolving. So if we understand that, then it will help. But then for the engineer is to make those devices, how to make those EEG headsets or other kind of devices that are involved in interacting with the brain. You are quite familiar with Neuralink, because it's the most well advertised brain chip done by the master advertiser, Elon Musk. But like Neuralink, there are many such chips that are constantly embedded in our body. The pacemaker in heart is one of them, and many other, which can interpret the sensory information, as well as it can stimulate the muscle to develop more augmented activities. So that is the kind of neuroengineering that the engineers need to learn, and for them, they also need to learn the basics of neuroscience.
So, if you'll allow me to probe a little bit further, from an operational perspective, right? If I'm running a 4-year or a 5-year curriculum, and I have a certain number of hours of engagement on different areas. So suppose I'm doing comp science or AI, an undergraduate program in AI, or an undergraduate program in comp science and electrical engineering, and I want to make it into a neuro plus AI kind of a program. What would be your thoughts on how I should split the time between the engineering part, between the brain and the neuro part, and within engineering, the application part?
Yeah, so that's also a very good question. So again, it again depends on what you want to specialize on. So therefore, if you want to specialize on designing the algorithm for a particular purpose, then and if that algorithm is based on imitating a certain human behavior, then understanding the human brain function plays a very critical role. So therefore, I would say for that purpose, you need a solid foundation of human brain cognitive science in some sense. Whereas if you are only trying to make implement like an EEG headset or an amplifier or communication system or EEG analysis package, then you may need to know certain superficial aspect of brain activity, not the deep down psychology and cognitive science aspect of it, which will allow you to then make those devices, and you also need to know what are they used for. So that would be the training for those who would like to sort of make device engineering, and the other for those which are making software engineering.
So Mitama, if I can ask you to build on these thoughts. Also the part as to who would be takers for a program like this.
Yeah, so maybe I'll try to contextualize this within the management school area. So thankfully, Professor Sahai was the first person who asked me, we have done this previous research, which we published in a decent journal. What's the point? Why do we even have to do this? And this was a long time back, but I've stuck with that and slowly build on that question of his. So many of the stuff that we do in a lot of basic science, and we have a later panel also, I think, around lab to field, sometimes is not quite obvious how much we should learn about that, depending on which context you are in. So for example, an engineering school or a medical school or a business school would have its own niche areas to build up, and which is why it's known worldwide or at the national level. I'll try to contextualize my response, knowing that I'm sitting in an MDI, not in IIT. From that perspective, I think it's really important to realize that a lot of what we are learning at the moment probably is going to become less and less important in the future, in the way the current things are spanning, because of this massive change in technological adoption and use. So one guiding principle that I have found useful and generally in the IIT system is that we don't teach more than 50% of your core area. So whatever is your core today, you know a reasonable amount, but beyond that you know many other things. So that it's much more easy to flexibly adopt, learn, add as one proceeds in one's career and newer challenges the world opens up in front of us. So neuroscience is a great example of that. Currently, there's pretty much almost no good undergraduate curriculum I'm aware of that teaches either solid neuroscience or applications of neuroscience in any area. So whatever we do, I think it's going to be a great program, whether it's at BITS or whether it's at NDI. Now, what do we teach there? And that I somewhat agree to what Professor Roy was saying, that some fundamentals are important, but I would also want to say that more and more I realize that these fundamental knowledges are becoming less important to be taught in class. Because we underwent a new curriculum revision and we realized much of this stuff is known. I can get all that from the internet. What I can't get probably is more hands-on lab-based stuff that I cannot do on the internet. So the fundamental knowledge, if it is practical driven or tutorial driven and not lecture driven, I think that will also make it more fun for students and at the same time get them to actually learn how things actually work. But this jump from there to applications is not easy, because what is taught nicely in the lab is hard to imagine how it's going to work out in real life. So for a management school, I believe the kind of examples that you showed, including some of Professor Sai's own work, where the stimuli, what you're studying itself is complex, should start much early. So that you don't start working with a square and a circle and suddenly you see two chip wrappers and you don't know how a consumer is going to think about it. So the complexity of the stimuli built into the curriculum, knowing that it is in a management setup, early on will offset the basic understanding part to some extent. And that largely should also be supplemented, I believe, with newer things. For example, I don't believe we can have any curriculum along which does not seriously think about teaching some AI tools, if not basic AI models. The other thing from my side is we have to go one more further step and see how the world is going to pan out, or our country is going to pan out in the next 20, 30 years. And what is really going to be important that some people have risen to is this newer pressure that's going to be the environmental pressure. How heat is going to impact work, how water is going to impact our lives, how pollution is already impacting our lives and having business and financial implications should be part of the training such that we create people who are not only trained in OB or HR or marketing, which has traditionally been the mainstream idea in management schools, but a much more open education where 50% is what the focus area is and other 50% has many of the stuff. Neuroscience, I believe, can run all three. And so is cognitive science if we think that the unit as an individual or society as a collective or organization as a super collective is is important. Only one last point is, which we were talking about lunch, is that one big problem in our analysis is that we have overtly focused on the individual in a lot of neuroscience research, forgetting that what really matters is the system. So I hope more and more curricula bring in systems thinking as a serious component to get people to think about the actual complex system in the way different parts operate in different worlds under different pressures, which is what the reality is.
Yeah, so I sort of agree with Sumita also in the fact that the curriculum, nowadays information is free and information is easy. So you can teach yourself almost, pretty good mid-level neuroscience to yourself without listening to any expert. You can just go to the internet and use the AI chatbot, and you will be able to train yourself in a pretty high level of. You can even train yourself how to decode an MRI image, brain image, by yourself without really asking an expert. But what you need to know is need to have the experience of actually doing that analysis, and also get the first-hand experience of how an individual or a collective respond to a certain stimulus package, and look at the diversity in that response and understand the basis of that diversity. I think you don't have to have the entire gamut of training. Each person doesn't have to know everything. All of them doesn't have to know the same thing. And that's what I'm saying. That each individual will, even if you learn some part of it and specialize on that part of it, that itself will be good enough training for you to cope with the greater complexity that you will face in the real life scenario. So therefore, experience-based training program, and not so much as a memory-based evaluation. That is what we are used to. We are used to evaluating how much you remember by reading your answer papers and designing more and more complex tricks to cheat you from remembering the right thing. So that kind of evaluation matrix also have to change, because that memory evaluation matrix is putting undue emphasis on numbers which are meaningless. You might get 99.9 recurring percent score in your exam, but if you cannot apply that knowledge in real life, then that number has no value. It has only one value, that is to promote you to the next class, and so that you can pay more tuition fee, going to the next class. So other than that, it has no real value. Okay. So therefore, I think this realization also has to be inculcated in our training program. That is another realization.
I agree with you more. I think both you and Smita have made some excellent points on the hands-on experience part and the holistic way of looking at things. From a curriculum design perspective, therefore, or let me say from a learning and outcome perspective for the students, if I look at PGD and MBA, for example, the general MBA, there are 3 layers that one expects. If I'm a recruiter, for example, I expect 3 layers. The first layer is that the individual should have a basic knowledge of the different functional areas of interest, marketing, finance. He should know what segmentation is. He should be able to tell me what is the meaning of bullwhip effect in operations and so on. So basic knowledge of the functional areas, that's the first level. Basic knowledge. The second level is application. What does one do with segmentation? What is the implication of what I do as a manager for the bullwhip effect? And the third level is then integration. The top level companies will hire someone over somebody else because they see integration across areas, because business problems don't come dressed up as I am a pure marketing problem or I am a pure finance problem. There are so many multiple dimensions to every business problem. So the ability to integrate is very critical. So we try to teach that. So this is the what we call the functional pyramid. And then you have the behavioral competencies. Is the person emotionally resilient? Do they have drive to completion? Are they able to collaborate? What is the level of ability to deal with failures? How do they handle failures? How do they handle conflict? In many parts, conflict, okay. Get into a physical fisticuff or you say, okay, we'll see you in court. So those are different ways of handling conflict. But on the other hand, okay, let's see how we can figure this out together. So those are some of the outcomes, learning outcomes that we expect in a business context. Now, in a neuroengineering context, what might be some of the outcomes that you would expect? You described two potential scenarios. One is a focus on the device engineer side, and the other is a focus on more on the application side, neuro-based application side. So what would be the kind of skills or pyramid that you would want to see for these guys? And the last question from an institutional perspective, what would be the lead-in, if any, for if some of these guys, for example, want to do an integrated program, 4+1, 5 years, the NEP allows this, right? 1 year masters in management, so at the end of 5 years they get an integrated masters with an MBA. What would be your lead-in into an integrated MBA for such a program?
Yeah, so as you rightly said, the understanding the basic concepts allows you to then understand those business decisions. I think this is working. This is working. Yeah, understand the neural basis of those business decisions that you are making, and also as you also said that the business problems, real world problems are not differentiated. They are mixed of everything. So and neuroscience is like that. It gives you an idea of the system and the idea of how the causal relationship between a stimulus and the behavior is guided by many different modulating factors. So therefore it basically, if you want to, again I'll sort of contextualize in terms of a business person who, business manager. So it basically, trains the student, or particularly I will be looking for that training in that student, where they will be more resilient and they will be able to, kind of rational out the problem. They will be able to system analyze that problem from the multiple perspective, and not necessarily using the neuroscience as such, but they can also use the market research, neuroscience-based market research data to contextualize their solution. So that is what I would be looking for in terms of the business management capacity.
Would you add your thoughts to that particular line of thinking?
Yeah, I mean, one very minor additional thing is many people, we might not expect many people to actually learn or know neuroscience given its sort of steep learning curve. But if people are able to glean insights from stuff that people write about, if they are written in good places, it is good enough. So even that sort of training would be nice to have, especially if one eventually wants to go to an integrated MBA, where the idea now globally has been that many of these insights, which initially was restricted to neuroscience and cognitive science, is in the business space and is just going to go further and further higher up with additional caveats of hope versus hype kind of things. So a true understanding of how much one should believe the data and the findings and hence be critical should also be part of the training, because otherwise you can be driven by some marketing gimmicks of some consulting companies.
So critical thinking is another area where I think that we should promote that.
That's an underlying thing that a lot of universities have done. So we are kind of running a little bit over time, so let me first do a very brief summary of what we have kind of discussed. And again, please correct me if I'm wrong. You start off with the premise that ultimately individuals and societies are essentially what our brains are, so that's why we need to study the brain at a very foundational level. And in terms of an undergraduate curriculum, you made the point that it can be more towards the device engineering part with the neuroscience as a support versus application, neuroscience application oriented curriculum, where maybe the last 2 years are more inclined, more focused towards that side rather than the device engineering part. Of course, they have the basics of the engineering, definitely. Sumita made the interesting point that given that people need to have multiple skills and the ability to integrate and do systems thinking, no more than 50% should be in any core area as a foundational principle. And of course, that basic AI tools are given in any place. And so if I put all of these together and say that any undergraduate curriculum, therefore, even if it is not an engineering curriculum, should have some level of neuro input, if you are saying, and systems thinking is another one. And any undergraduate curriculum should have a core area, but that should be no more than 50%, is what you are saying. Okay, so let me, with that as a summary of the statements and some questions that I asked you, let me go now to questions, if any, from the audience. And especially I would request Girish Kalra and Preeti Matthew to kind of share any questions apart from Dr. Shalini, I think, who's also here, and my faculty colleagues if they have any questions.
And the students.
And I will come to the students last, because they will have the most questions and they are the maximum over here.
Yes, thinking about this, if you were to
sort of, and thinking from a student's perspective.
I'm especially thinking from an employer perspective.
From an employer, but a student joining in. So an employer in this case would sort of think about, okay, here is the student who spent 3 years or 4 years in neuroscience engineering or neuroengineering. So from a business perspective, if I were to take this person as my employee, what's the value add which I'll get, or what's the value I derive, for my business? So how would you sort of look at that?
Yeah, that's a very good question and a very important question. I may not be able to give you a very precise answer, so I'll go a bit around the bush a little bit. I'll give you a few examples and then maybe the answer will evolve from there. So there is a lot of research data now in the field about how the brain responds to various complex stimuli and how the certain physiological parameters can be used to judge the competence of a person handling those stimuli. So there was a paper published in 2017 and then several follow-up studies happened. So this paper was not a very big paper, but a very small cohort study of 17 stockbrokers in London Stock Exchange. And the study was very simple. The stockbrokers were asked to measure their pulse rate without touching the pulse. So this is because some of us have, some of you have the ability, it's called interoceptive ability, because your brain is constantly measuring the heart rate. And so some of you can consciously dig out that information and express it. And some of us cannot. Right? So they just correlated the measured pulse rate with the guessed pulse rate. And they found out that the most successful stockbrokers are more accurate about saying what is their pulse rate, because their interoceptive brain, which is the lower part, which talks to the upper brain through insula, is very well connected. And how does that matter about their success in taking the best decision? It's because if you can count your heart rate, then your anxiety level is less, and so you can hold on to a decision till the last moment. And the longer you can hold on the decision, you can take a better decision because you get more information. So that study opened up the idea that if you want to select a successful stockbroker or predict who would be a successful stockbroker, then you measure their interoceptive ability. And I don't know how much it is applicable because it's a very small cohort studies. But there are also results from fMRI studies published from 2008 onwards about how the certain center of the brain, like nuclear accumbens, react to the corporate data, to basically their what is it called, the balance sheet, the annual balance sheet information. And again, they found that certain people have a natural ability to predict. And this experiment was particularly done over a period of a year, where a cohort of 8 to 10 investors have been, I forgot the exact number, so don't quote me. They were given these company informations, and then they were asked to predict which stock will do better after a year. And then their prediction was matched with the actual data. Of course, it was a simulation, it was not a real life scenario. But it turned out that those whose nuclear accumbens lights up more on a certain aspect of the balance sheet were more accurate in their predictions of which company will do better than the others. So now, suppose I give you a business management trained person who is well versed with interpreting this data, because they are already there in the literacy, and able to come up with a strategy which is unique for your business, and which will not be easily copied by other businesses, because this person is trained to analyze this data and connect it to the real world. So then that will help you, definitely. You will be able to recruit better stockbrokers, you will be able to recruit better investment bankers for your company.
Other questions? Let's go now to Anji.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Divya. I'm a finance faculty. So I'm completely new to the world of neuroscience, so I would seek input from all of you. When it comes to behavioral finance, generally we incorporate in the curriculum, we expose students to biases and how they can unbias themselves. So similarly for the neuroscience aspect, is there anything like when we are exposing or getting to know how your neurons interact, is there a way to correct that? And then which you were mentioning about the research that you can recruit better investment bankers or test the resilience. Is there a way through this stream as well we can kind of correct a behavior or make people more resilient after gathering data on how they respond, the brain responds?
The short answer to your question is yes. It might be quite scary, but your brain can be rewired by orchestrating the sensory feed that we give to your brain, and we can re-engineer your thought process. It has become a science now, so it is possible, but it is not in application. It's only done in some toy experiment and toy situations. The long answer is that this is not what we are thinking from the neuroengineering training or neuroaesthetics or neuromarketing training. So what we were expecting from this training is to develop a rational thought process and data-driven decision-making ability, and also collecting data not from the surveys, which has a lot of variability because there is a lot of other irrational aspects that come into it, but from the direct measurement of the brain activity, because it cannot, that doesn't lie. If your
nuclear accumbens is active, you see that it is active. And if that activity is correlated to your success of your prediction, then that correlation is also statistically robust. So therefore, that is the kind of mindset and capability that we are looking for in this training.
As a follow-on, maybe a little past-tense question, I was wondering, is there a way to kind of have an integration of neuroscience to bring it into a curriculum from a PG perspective?
Yes.
Integrate that with, let's say, typical finance streams of wealth management.
So Neurofinance is actually taught subject in many universities now. It's a curriculum. It's a minor that is taught in many business schools, not in India but outside the country. It's called Neurofinance.
Thank you.
If I can just add one thing to, so the word behavioral, when you say behavioral finance, comes because the idea was behavioral science can provide input to finance, right? And so is behavioral economics and behavioral XYZ. All the stuff also now has its cousins in neuro. So you have neurofinance, you have neuroeconomics, you have neuromarketing, pretty much everything else. What is really critical is what are the kinds of insights that we can glean from there, and whether that is relevant. So there's one other aspect of skill. So for example, behavioral finance, you can test at scale. Neurofinance, you can't yet test at scale. That's why all the experiments are sort of fine-grained. Now that's where we have to start thinking.
Absolutely.
Ajit, one last question, or maybe one question from this side, because we are running out of time now.
The only concern I had was the proliferation of neural or technology and tools for people to measure neural output and utilize it. So while we may train engineers or business managers who can make the physical hardware, or people who can process that information and extract it. But if I look at even today when we are sitting, finding FNRI machines or tools is tough. It's not mainstream. So how would it sit for a fresh graduate who comes out, who's trained to use these tools to make decisions or quantify customer behavior or something to actually succeed in a career?
So again, it's a feedback system. So if there is more demand for these implements, then more implements will be manufactured and more affordable it will become. So therefore, this training is the base. Once you train, the people will demand. Once they demand, the system, the industry will deliver. That's the whole cycle. But also, this research is also developing proxies. So, for example, heart rate monitoring is a proxy for your brain activity. So therefore, the looking at a certain, or ECG can also be used as a proxy. So a blood glucose level can be used as a proxy, or blood oxygen level can be used as a proxy. So these proxies are easy to measure. So there are many behavioral activities can be, or neural activity can be also estimated through these proxies in certain special cases. And again, those applications will emerge as the knowledge is evolving. Those applications will emerge.
Okay, one last question. Since anybody from the back, and then we'll come to Dr. Shalini. Let's see, PGDM students from MDI Gurgaon. Haji, go ahead.
Sir, I was...
बोल लीजिए, आपकी आवाज बुलंद होगी.
It won't be recorded.
So sir, actually you talked about that you would be teaching how we manufacture and actually understand the technical depth of how these neuro devices will work. So I recently was learning about how the MRI machines work. So basically these MRI machines were developed by amalgamation of different aspects of engineering, like from the physics to computer engineering. They were amalgamated together and that model was developed. So I was curious that how will the course will teach how these devices work in the background, and how will people be able to develop better devices, because these devices are really complex in nature and these require the understanding of fundamental aspects of from engineering to different aspects of engineering come together in order to understand them.
Yeah, so it's a good question. So I don't think you can expect everyone to be an expert in making an MRI machine by learning, how the MRI machine is made and how it functions. But you will definitely be able to make trained engineers who will be able to work with companies who make accessories to the MRI machines, who also can make MRI machines. Right now there is a company in India which is making MRI machines. So every country has a few companies making MRI machines. And MRI machines are a most important requirement in all hospice care. And the only reason we don't have them in most of our hospitals is because they are very expensive. So if we manufacture them at a large scale, then they become less expensive and more affordable. And again, it's a feedback system. But again, the MRI machine requires a very specific, the kind of tools to go with the MRI machine. Since you cannot put metals, you cannot put a EEG headset into an MRI machine. So you need to develop a new kind of EEG headset with electrodes which are non-metallic, so that it can be, the patients can be monitored, or the other can be monitored, EEG can be monitored when they go into the MRI machine. So that also is another kind of technology that can develop. So it's a huge, it's an ecosystem of technologies, not just one. And the hope is that, once the foundation is made in these areas, then the students will learn more and specialize and then get into those niches eventually. And then start like the Dr. Arjun Arunachalam, who came back from Germany. He worked in Siemens for some time, and he wanted to build an MRI machine from scratch. And after 10 years of struggle and with some helping hand from the government of India, he has now managed to make the first commercial MRI machine in India, which has, the first of it is being installed in Madhya Pradesh hospital as we speak, or probably already installed. And soon he is going to start with serial production. And more, I think, companies should do it, because making MRI machine is not a rocket science anymore. Even rocket science is not that complex. Arnikul is making cryogenic engine. So it is doable. It's just that aspiration and that the hope has to be installed when you are studying at your younger age, when your brain is plastic, and then the hope is to motivate that network well in advance.
Okay, one last question I think from Dr. Shalini, but if you can keep it quick.
Thank you so much for considering to let me answer this question. I have two, but I'll try and make it faster because my brain's buzzing right now. If we could put those neural things and see. One is, what's going to be the entry point for the students? Is it after 12th? It's an undergraduate course. We're talking about
after 12.
After
12, but with 2 years of foundational training. So they should go through some basic foundational courses for first 2 years, and then from third year onwards they will sort of get into these.
So in a sense, the first 2 years will be pretty much common with other engineering curriculum. It's the last 2 years which will make the difference.
That's the specialization in the last 2 years is what we're referring to. The second question is being a psychology student, a psychologist now in the organizations, it's always been tough for me to explain what am I doing in organization, in the corporate, and why am I not in a counseling or a psychotherapy kind of a thing. How will the mindset of corporates and business be looked into that this will really help them, versus they not just, or a neuroengineer just not going to the medical sector, and how would business benefit by recruiting them? The question you asked, Mr. Carter.
So that I think he is the expert, I am not the expert.
So I would argue to you that neuroscientists who are more application oriented or psychologists will get increasingly more important in organizations, because organizations are now looking for leadership behavior at different levels, not just at the CXO level, but CXO -1 and CXO -2 and middle managers, and you're expected to not just lead but to coach. And if you're expected to coach, then you need to have some of the skills that Professor Krishan was saying. I think the one that he talked about in
terms of being able to measure your heart rate, that's an indication of a high level of self-regulation, ability to be self-aware and self-regulate. That's one of the key requirements for a coach, because if a coach is not able to self-regulate or be self-aware, how the heck is he going to coach anyone? So I would guess that that profile will have a greater requirement going forward. But that's not necessarily the profile that will come out at the end of 4 years over here. But it could be a profile that could come out at the end of 4 plus 1 years, which is the interest that we might have. So in the interest of time, I'm going to now...
quick question.
Hanji.
So what are your suggestions or the key takeaways for the young researchers or the faculty to teach such an interdisciplinary content?
So the short answer for a very long, short summary of a very long thing is to do that carefully, because academic institutions are still mostly organized by areas. So one needs to try and make sure that you have a relatively easy entry into an area. So a sufficiently large proportion of your of work should be able to fit into some area, unless it's a new organization which is building up from the ground up. They tend to be a little more flexible. Established organizations are a little less flexible. So thank you all very much. Thank you, Professor Krishna. Thank you for this. And with that, I'll hand over to the next panel, for which Sumitava Mukherjee is the moderator. She's not well. And we have Girish Kalra and Preeti Matthew, who will be back on the stage for the lab to market.
Translating neuroscience into business outcomes. This discussion will focus on how neuroscience research is moving beyond labs to create real-world business applications, exploring challenges, success stories, and opportunities for collaboration between academia and industry. We are delighted to be joined once again by Mr. Girish Kalra, Chief Marketing Officer at Tata AIA Life Insurance. He leads marketing, corporate communication, consumer experience, and consumer value management, overseeing how the brand connects and builds trust with millions of customers across the country. His expertise spans brand strategy, omni-channel marketing, and MarTech, and he's led teams that design innovative, insight-driven campaigns that truly resonate with consumers. He's an engineering graduate and holds an MBA in marketing from Janal Bajaj Institute of Management Studies, Mumbai, and is also a regular speaker and jury member at leading marketing and communications forums globally. So he has already shared some fascinating insights in one of the earlier panels, the role of neuroscience in businesses. He now returns to bring an industry perspective on how neuroscience can shape marketing strategy, consumer experience, and innovation in business settings. Please welcome Mr. Girish Kalra. We also have with us again Ms. Preeti Matthew, Senior Vice President, Insights at Brandscapes Worldwide, who brings a unique perspective on how data analytics, human insights, and emerging technologies translate neuroscience into actionable business intelligence. She's an engineering graduate, holds a PGDM from Nirma University, and has recently completed an executive program in advanced strategic management from IIN Lucknow, adding yet another layer to her multidimensional expertise. And moderating this discussion is Professor Sumitava Mukherjee, Associate Professor and IIM Delhi, whom we had the opportunity to hear in a previous session. With his deep expertise in behavioral science and decision making, he will guide this conversation on how neuroscience informed thinking can drive innovation and impact in business. Over to you, Professor Mukherjee.
Okay, so I'm the person who is continuing the same chair, but thank you to the new panelists who are joining in, and because I guess a couple of you might not have been able to attend in the morning, it will be a nice opportunity to hear from both of them who are going to bring in a very applied business context, which is exciting, I think, for a lot of management students. So this panel addresses one of the key areas in which we have to develop, which is how do we move from the lab where a lot of research happens to the world or the field where actual action happens, which is much more complex and complicated. And to be able to do that, and because I think a lot of students, maybe we can keep it a little informal and and chat around. So I'll start out by opening some comments about how it's done in the lab. And thanks to Professor Sahai, I have been able to move from the lab to the field. In fact, I designed a course at IIT called Cognitive Processes from Lab to the Field. Now we have redesigned the course because the whole institute went through a curriculum revision where every single course was redesigned, and the program which we designed in cognitive science was also redesigned. And we have left the colon from labs to field. We have said cognitive processes and tried to integrate from lab to field. But that's always a challenge. And the challenge is because the data or the kind of methods or the kind of constraints that are there in the lab, which any of you who have done any experimental work in the lab or visited a lab or seen what happens in the lab, just so that I know whom we are talking about. Okay. Right. So, alright, so I'll make this simple. So in the lab, you basically bring in people, give them very simple things to do, largely in front of a computer, hook them up on different kinds of machines, and collect the data, and you get clean results. Some of them you later computationally model, and you write papers out of it. Pretty much almost whole of academia, at least in neuroscience, is based and still is based in that sort of a thing. But once you move in the real world, as they will talk about, many complexities arise. So now our question in this afternoon is, how do we bridge that gap? So in lab, when we are doing very simple, when you're working with simple stimuli, sometimes complex stimuli, as I was saying, instead of showing some geometrical shapes, if you're actually showing brand logos or brand creatives, then it's slightly better than not. But still, you are sitting in front of a computer and seeing it, and not walking around in a mall with your friend and seeing it. So I want to start with something which is probably in line with a lot of our lives, which is, suppose I am able to design a very simple, nice, elegant experiment in the lab and got to learn something about how the brain works in maybe two different contexts, maybe in a financial setting and maybe in a consumer setting. And then I have this knowledge, or I've read about this knowledge in journal papers, but as a management student or as a management consultant or in the real world space, if I have to apply that knowledge, where do I start from? And what can I do with that knowledge? Let's try to think a little bit from that perspective, and I'll request both of you to kindly add your perspectives on this specific question from examples from your domain, if possible.
So basically, as we have seen that from the labs, the neuroscience has actually now transformed to the actual real world. And when I say field, it's actually the field. It's more in terms of getting to the real consumer and getting the data. So let's maybe understand first, and I just make it very simple on what do we try to do when we are trying to use a neuro in the real market scenario. So what we are trying to do, we are exposing the respondents to a stimulus. We are showing a stimulus to them, and we are measuring what is happening in the brain via the devices. Right? At the same time, we are also capturing their reactions, their eye movement, either through our eye tracking glasses or through the facial expressions. So we are doing multiple things together, right? And additionally, we are also asking, measuring some kind of behavioral elements in terms of, are they clicking something, are they really scrolling, are they trying to speed up the process, followed by an entire questioning section as well, right? And all this is happening in the real world. When I say real world, it is actually in a store. It could be in a room where there is no control. So what does it mean? We've seen in earlier possession, there were a lot of artifacts. So that means my data will have a lot of artifacts, and hence the task for me is very, very crucial that the model which I am using is able to clear and filter out those things, and I'm able to really then get the real insight out of it. So what becomes more important then in that case, and typically in the real research, we don't do only one thing. We do multiple things together because neuro per se will not be able to answer everything. Same thing, directly answering, questioning will not answer. Or if I just do a eye gaze, it will not answer anything. But when we look at it all together, so that is what makes sense. So what it means is, when I look at the responses which I collect in terms of maybe a brain wave, in terms of what is happening, everything has to be synchronized together to really see, okay, this was the time point when this particular shot was there in an ad, for example, or in the journey, which I need to then really say, okay, here is the peak happened, and this was the thing why it happened, and maybe that's the time I saw the consumer really turn his face behind, or maybe change the expression to the face, right? So then once the data is ready, what we do is that's where the key or magic comes in, which is about interpreting, about them trying to link it together to really say, okay, if this is happening, what does it really mean? How do we really interpret it to arrive at that thing, and then using that to really inform the businesses that possibly that in the 30-second ad that we have, the second of 18 to 20 was one which actually did not create anything. It did not add any value to it. But the shop which was at the end, that was where the brand was noticed. Maybe you want to really do something more about it. Or maybe in the UX journey, you say, okay, you had a call to action somewhere, but consumers did not really see it. Or when they were in the landing page itself, they got so lost that they kind of dropped off the journey. So what happens, you use those insights to really come back to them. But the task, as I said, is more important, how do we really make it much more simpler? We all, a few of them would be here when we saw the earlier demo. The device itself is a little simple. Now to make a real consumer wear that device and do that experiment itself is a task. So what happens as a result? You get very few numbers. So typically when we do such surveys, what we do is, suppose I have a sample size of 200, so I have 200 respondents. I will only do a neuro-based survey or even a biometric-based survey only among 30 of them, right? Because it's much easier to execute and much simpler, as well as the time taken is also much higher. But today the business requires higher sample size. So they say, okay, you're doing neuro, which is actually very expensive because it's a niche right now, right? And still you're just doing only 20-25 samples. So the real value is there. And those are the kind of challenges that we face in terms of the device itself, in terms of the entire portability process. Today when I do a survey, I can go to a rural area and do a survey, right? But how do I carry this entire device to a rural location and ensuring that the accuracy is still maintained? The thing is accuracy. So that's where there are challenges and we are trying to solve it. There are portable devices and there are accuracy. So it's very interesting. But yeah, we are all learning and developing as we go.
Thank you very much. So I'll continue in this question of adopting, and there were some previous questions also about proliferation and adoption. So given the challenges and given the excitement, both of it, Mr. Galra, could you shed some light on how you can get people to onboard both within the organization, within clients, larger uptake of these tools and methods, and ways one can move forward?
Sure, and I was just thinking when you were answering I guess I should have started first because she's covered most of the points. But from my perspective, I think two important areas of how do you bridge the gap between lab to market. One is of course what you touched upon, the relevance. As a corporate, the first thing I would ask is what's in it for me or why is this relevant to me? So that's the first thing we sort of look at. The way you could actually bridge this gap is to sort of start with the problem statement, saying, okay, what is it that is sort of making you feel concerned about your business? How are you trying to solve that or address the problem, trying to get the insights? Why do you think it's not working? and then in that context bring in this. And we've seen that. I mean, when we got exposed to neuroscience at our company, it was, and we were basically trying to correlate, saying, okay, this is what I'm trying to do. I'm not getting the response from this. And when we got to know about this, it was like, okay, maybe this works. I think the other important point from a practical business perspective is what happens normally is, why this migration or this journey is not happening so smoothly is because the output which is being showcased or is something which the corporate world needs to appreciate, and the easier we make it for the corporate world to appreciate the output, that will make a difference. On a lighter side, like when we go through neuroscience researches, we tend to see people in the room saying, can you go back to that definition, frontal theta symmetry or whatever, because that you may sort of understand in the first place, but as you go through it, you again want to just go back to it. So if it can be demonstrated in a very simple, in the context of business, I think the appreciation will be that much more. And people argue that this research is expensive. You spend so many lakhs of rupees and all you do is meet up, say 50, 60 participants. But I don't think at the end of the day it's about the price. It's more about, can you really see the value in it? Are you able to see the value in it? And somewhere I think it's an equal responsibility for the academia as much for the corporate to be able to sort of jointly decode that value. So to my mind, that is the most important part here.
So maybe I'll try to get back to a couple of things. What I'm hearing is that it has potential, but there are challenges, and one way to bridge the challenge is to make it more accessible and understandable. Cost is another dimension which may or may not matter so much, but there's one more other aspect of getting people to be able to do it. So, if you think of challenges that can be easily solvable, let's say in the next 5 years, and especially in line with the previous discussion that we were having about education also, maybe can we think of ways in which we can actually solve a couple of challenges? Are there some thoughts on what are easily doable 5 years? Now, in today's world, I'm always worried that what can we say more than 5 years, but let's say 5 years. Now, what are the easy things that we can solve within the next 5 years, which are challenges at the moment, that can get more people to reap some of the benefits that neuroscience-based tools can offer? Do you have any thoughts?
I think one of the key things would be the device itself, on how do we make it much more portable and much more efficient. So like in markets, in fact we had earlier discussion. So in market currently there are devices which are only 8 node or 16 node, which is much more possible. But the accuracy is questionable, right? So how do we have maybe a device which is not so difficult to really wear or put on, but still able to do the efficiency. So maybe that's an area of development that we need to think about. So once we have that, maybe still we'll get more people. Then it doesn't become a scary thing of wearing, but it's just a simple. Like today, eye tracking is much more easier because people just wear as a glass, so they are much more receptive to it. But still, frankly, I have heard consumers actually wearing that and saying, what happens if मेरा दिमाग का चीजें लोग देखें? That is a fear, and that's a real fear. I've heard people saying that, and actually saying that, my entire respondents, whole set of people went away. And we had to actually convince them, nothing is going to happen. So those are real challenges. So yeah, it is more about how we adopt it, and how do we really make it much more easier for them to come and participate without actually feeling a fear of it. And I think I'll just add up one more point which I in fact missed earlier. It's also about the time. Today, businesses want a quick results, right? So, waiting for 2-3 weeks to get a result is not something which, so again, we have to think about that development area, how do we quick quickly are able to interpret, clean those interpret and convert it into insights. So maybe that's one of the additional area that we need to work on.
If I can just add to this, I mean, when you ask what is it that you can do now to really create the impact, I think two things. One is from a marketing perspective, what we call classically packaging. That is important to my mind, because the moment you come to me saying, okay, there is a neuroscience research which you can use in your business, I'm not able to connect it with saying, okay, this is the sort of problem it can solve. So if you can actually package it as solutions rather than the process, that will be important. I think the other thing which any business person looks at is, I've got the insights now, say from the neuroscience. How do I apply it? Can I apply it now? So something I think as we move forward, and we've been talking about AI so much, is if you can get neuroscience and technology to work together. For instance, just a simple example is you have advertising research, neuroscience research which is happening, and you are showing a consumer a stimuli. And you sort of use, say, GenAI in this case. You created video versions of it, and if you run the stimuli, that stimuli will be respondent. Or if you are able to actually go further, and which is possible today, is basis what the response you are getting. If your GenAI at that point in time, changes the narrative, changes the visuals and all, and you can actually see how it's not just telling you what's the problem with your ad, for instance, it's actually creating those solutions in real time, and the neuroscience is measuring it. We need to come up with these sort of, I would say, multi-aligned or combined solutions, which are easily possible because the technologies are there. That will sort of, again, going back to the point which I made of how do you make a corporate appreciate the value of this. This could be sort of a way forward to make sure that you're not just telling the corporate, okay, this is the problem. In real time, you're actually able to say, okay, if you were to solve this way, in this piece of communication, which is what you're trying to grapple with, or you are grappling with, I think that will make a big difference. Because like she said, the practical thing with corporates is what? Day in, day out, we are trying to solve what's the problem today. Or how do I solve this now so that I can move to the next problem? Right? And that's where I think this sort of change in approach may work.
Yeah, so, I have a couple of other things to follow up, but we'll not wait for the end. Maybe if there are questions in between, we can take for this panel. And also, we are moving towards the evening, and I know our minds operate differently depending on the sun. But if there are some questions right now for the panelists, we can integrate them and move forward, keeping in line with the theme, which is moving from the lab to the, we say field or real world?
Market.
A market, okay.
Business.
Yeah. Any questions from any of you or any of us?
Not specifically with the panel, but one of the ways I've observed technology proliferated is either the government opens its purse or the corporate does, right? Now, do we have CMO conferences based on neuroscience in India where we demonstrate successful use cases where a marketing decision or something could have been solved better with the use of neuroscience? So, I'm just answering the question I asked in the previous session.
So, I will give you two examples from my personal experience. I spoke at one CMO conference and one CFO conference. And after this, we will close with one sample project that the lab has run over here, which is actually running just now. So that project came out of my talk at the CFO conference because of some challenges that the CFO in that particular company was facing, and he was looking for something new to figure out and to try and implement to achieve the changes. From a CMO conference, another one came, which is a smaller project and so on. So that is also part of the challenge for sure, that one needs to do more outreach from academia. But the other side is also equally true, which you mentioned, that the purse or the funding ultimately has to come from corporate, or we are not the guys who have the money, you are the guys who have the money, or government is the entity that has the money. And more than the money, I think it is also the thinking, right? So, Girish Kalra, CMO of Tata AIA, as an individual, as an organization, represents thinking which is, okay, can I try something new if something has not worked in the past, and open to ideas. Similarly, Brandscapes, open to ideas. Preeti, Matthew, Parvati, the team that they're working with. And there are some organizations which are open to ideas. For me, apart from what has been mentioned just now, a key part of the challenge is twofold. One is simply resistance to change. I'm running a particular process within a company, and why should I change it? Because I do not yet see a large enough demonstration from peer groups who have run this before, so why should I take the risk? And then the peer group within the company, which is, we are comfortable with this, we have existing relationships, so that's resistance to change. The other part, of course, is that the number of people who are well trained in being able to execute this, because if I give something to Girish or to Preeti and it turns out to be not as robust as they want or expect it to be, then they are not going to be happy, and unhappy people talk much more than happy people, right? So there are not enough people out there with the level of expertise to be able to deliver a certain level of quality. And we have been through one hype cycle in this maybe 10 years ago where there was some mis-selling. So now one is extremely careful in what one is promising and what are the possibilities. This is what is possible, this is what is not possible. This is what we can tell you, this is what we cannot tell you. But then if I or anybody else who is working in that area comes with that approach may or may not work in corporate, where the norm is that you sell and you do hard selling, right? Whereas the academic norm is the other way around. You argue both sides of the equation and they say on balance you think this is going to work. So all of these issues are there, apart from the ones that have already been mentioned.
So it rests on academia to spread the awareness.
So this is one of those areas where academia is actually probably ahead of business. In most areas, business is ahead of academia in terms of practice.
I mean, from a business perspective, the only question I would have is what is my marginal utility of shifting from traditional psychological approaches to neuroscience? What is my ROI on additional dollar I spent on a 10 lakh experiment versus
exactly what was being said just now. What is in it for us? What is in it for us now? What is in it for us, hopefully, for the future as well? And some organizations tend to be at a point where they have tried some things which have not worked and are at that point, okay, let me try this. So then it happens. And then, of course, the selling push also has to be there to some extent.
Okay, so thank you again to the panelists, and thank you everybody else for joining us today afternoon.
Gurgaon. He will also lead a closing session on future directions and collaboration, helping us reflect on today's key insights and explore the road ahead for research, education, and cross-sector partnerships with neuroscience.
I know. Give them some overview. Okay.
Okay, it's 3:30 and we've been at this since 10 o'clock, so I'm not going to take too much of your time.
It's a different dance.
It's a different set of people who have now come. I'll just talk about one sample project and then we'll go. So this was the one that happened when I went to a CFO conference and walked into the CFO, and the CFO was tasked with making some changes in the company. And for him to achieve that behavioral change meant achieving some changes in habits. And I shared with him some of the work that we had done in other different companies. And as a consequence of that, some things happened. So I'll just share with you what are some of the things which happened with this.
Sir, enable editing.
So that's what I want to cover very quickly. I'm going to skip the enhanced LPS part and go directly to horizontal thinking. So what is this about?
They need to go to the site show.
So what is this about? If you take large organizations, by the way, we are not a large organization, but we suffer from this same problem. If there are two departments and they have to exchange information to take a decision, how is that information exchanged? It will go up from here to the boss, then from the boss to that other boss over there, and then it will come down. Right? The information will come down, and then that cycle will repeat. So if you're a relatively small organization, 100 people, 200 people, maybe up to 500 people, you can short circuit that process by directly having a chat and moving the papers and get that done more quickly. But if you're a 140,000 person company, 80,000 person company, it can delay decision making enormously. Now, in India, we are the last automotive market in the country, in the world, where there is still some scope for large upside volume. Total volume just now 4.2 million. We can go up to around 7 million quite easily. So there are a lot of large companies who want to be able to tap that, but the window is less. 5 years, 7 years is when we will make that grow. And so this company wants to improve the speed of decision making. And one way that they have identified is, how do I improve the speed of decision making? By short-circuiting this process, that people exchange information directly much more quickly. So one way is you mandate that, start pushing information, but that has some organizational and authority issues and other sensitivity issues. The other way is that you create behavioral change. What is the behavioral change? That people become more comfortable with sharing information horizontally, and this in an organization which has been around for many number of years and has an entrenched set of behaviors, right? So how does one induce horizontal thinking is the key question that is being asked over here. And so why the CFO was interested? Because this finance department tends to be the area which has the maximum interactions with all the other areas. By virtue of being the finance department, every other area needs to talk to the finance department. So that's where we got started. So that's what we are, auto company expanding in India and capacity, cross-functional collaboration key to improve performance. And the auto firm is looking to develop an understanding of the current levels of horizontal thinking and then to design interventions to improve the horizontal exchange of information. So the objectives are to design and implement possible interventions that could enhance the extent of horizontal thinking and measure their impact. So to do this, these were the steps that we are following in the process. First we did some top-level interviews, then some behavioral research to understand the different managers on personality traits, current dynamics, and behavioral parameters around which interventions can be designed. And then we did the neuro diagnostic, if you will. So this required a little bit of persuasion. Some
somebody mentioned, Preeti mentioned, people become concerned कि आप हमारे दिमाग में कुछ ऊंची कर रहे हैं, all of those things. So even these reasonably highly educated people needed to be reassured that the data is confidential. It will only be revealed even to the company at a slightly aggregated level, not individual level. Otherwise, I may become a target for my senior manager क्योंकि मेरा brain का data उनके पास है, वो उसके साथ, all of these things. But once we crossed those hurdles, we were able to get that project off the starting block. And over a period of time now, we went through that entire process. We've been able to now reach a place where I can share with you, sir. For example, this is the kind of exchange of information across different areas with the finance department. Clearly, as you can see, a very large amount of interaction is taking place in some areas, very frequently. Daily interactions in IT and engineering tend to be on the higher side, once a month or less than production, or corporate communication and special projects and so on. And then what are some challenges faced? Relevant details not shared, confidentiality issues and so on and so forth. We actually measured the personality traits. So these are all the behavioral interventions. Dark pride, Hogan personality inventory and so on. And then we went to what we call as, so we also did some regression analysis on the impact of these things, which the research literature tells us make people more or less inclined to share information, openness to experience, horizontal cooperation, motivation and so on. And then we went to EEG, especially for the risk part. Because we know that people who are more risk prone, they tend to, more willing to take risk, are more willing to share information. People who are more risk averse, they tend to hoard information much more. So we were able to document this, and based on 2 or 3 other dimensions, divergent thinking and so on, we were able to classify people. So we put self-reported data, EEG data, and we essentially were able to figure out that these 23 managers belonged in 3 categories. People who display a trusting attitude, generally risk averse, but open and motivated towards horizontal thinking or sharing of information. Risk taker, motivated towards horizontal thinking. And then the extrovert pessimist, these are all nomenclatures, where people are high on some negative personality traits and don't share information. So those were the 3 pools that we identified based on the EEG plus the behavioral diagnostics that we did. And now, based on this, the design task is that one is going to have some interventions that help to nudge people towards change of behavior. Right? Now, what is the change of behavior? That people share information more readily, horizontally. And that change of behavior, we are going to do in 2 stages. One is kind of a customized training input, and the other is that we are going to look at behavioral nudges. Right? What are behavioral nudges? So one way to think about behavioral nudges is, classic example is, I have a coffee machine in my hostel or in my mess or in my office. And the norm is that when you go and take coffee from that machine, you put in 5 rupees. So only around 30% of the people put in the 5 rupees. It's a social expectation rather than a rule. And the remaining 70% don't put in the 5 rupees. So how do you get the remaining 70% to put the 5 rupees into the collection box? So it turns out that we behave differently when we feel we are being observed, most of us. The highest form of integrity, by the way, is where what you behave in front of others is what you behave but when you are by yourself. So only about 30% of us seem to have this integrity. So how do you get the remaining 70% to actually spend 5 rupees? Right? So since from a neurophysiological perspective, we know that we'll behave differently if we are being observed. In this particular intervention, simply a couple of pairs of eyes which were looking at the person getting the coffee were put up above the coffee machine. So nobody actually looking at you, simply the fact that there are a pair of eyes looking at you changes your behavior. Very small intervention, right? So that's an example of the kind of intervention that we are now in the process of designing, apart from the customized training input, to take this forward. This is enhanced NPS, Net Promoter Score, being done by different industries at different frequencies. Some FMCG companies do a brand track on a weekly basis. But if you are capturing customer journey data from A to Z online, then you have a huge amount of data. And that data itself should be able to give you a Net Promoter Score. So that can also have some neuro inputs if you want. So I just want to stop there. There's a whole bunch of other stuff that I can share with you, but I don't want to share any more that has already been shared. At the Center for Behavioral Science and Neuro Lab at MDI Gurgaon, I think we have made a reasonable amount of progress in the last 2 years. Over the next couple of years, hopefully, we do more projects. We've had a couple of PhD students, a couple of master's students who have done some projects. There's one project on sonic logos. There's another one on the impact of awe in advertising. So many different interesting projects which are there. And my hope is that we continue to attract more faculty and students who want to do projects in this area. Because why? Because it allows us to increase the accuracy of what we are able to observe and accuracy of the design of the interventions. So that is the hope going forward. This was a nice time for us to reflect, to ask some people who are doing work in the area, who are designing new curriculums, to come to us and to reflect and talk together. So it's been a very nice experience for both the team that is over here. I should introduce you to the team that's here. It's behind a lot of the work that's going on. You have Luke over here, Anshul, one PhD student that's sitting over here, Kriti Sharma, who's an SPM over here. Yash Chakravarti, who's a research manager. Resident expert, Amit Dunyal, who's our admin. So, while I'm standing in front of you, a lot of the credit has to go to the work that gets done in the back room over there. For those of you who are interested in this area, do reach out to me or to them. We're always happy to get more people who are seriously interested and want to do work, who are willing to put in the time and the energy, and not just the words. So I will end with one observation that I say in almost all fora over here in Delhi NCR. I spent 20 years in Ahmedabad as a town, not just I am Ahmedabad. And as a culture, I am Ahmedabad, and Ahmedabad as a place is very different. You say what you mean and you mean what you say. Whereas in Delhi, NCR, the culture is very different. बातें जो हैं होती हैं हवा में और काम होता है कहीं यहाँ. Okay, so I still find that even after 2.5 years a little surprising. So whoever wants to come and work with us in the Neuro Lab, I would request that please come with serious intent, and we are very happy to work with you. And we want to produce more work, we want to expand, we want more faculty, PhD students, MBA students. I think most of you guys are in the first year. So those of you who are interested in coming and working with us in the second year, please feel free to reach out. It's interesting stuff, and from your perspective, it will give you some interesting CV points that nobody else will have. So your employability, for those of you who are going into marketing jobs, sales jobs, HR jobs, will increase substantially if you engage. But please do not come to me or to us if you are there for just the CV points. I'm dangling that carrot to you because it's an important motivation for you, but we expect some serious work from you if you are coming to us. So that when we give you CV points, they mean something. They're not just there because you've done and checked some boxes. So thank you very much again. I want to thank Girish Kalra for taking the time to come here and spend the entire day, for Chief Marketing Officer to come here and spend the entire day. Is a large investment of time. I hope there are a few things that, some things which have kicked off in your mind and hopefully we can talk about that some more. Same for Preeti Matthew. I hope that there are some things which have kicked off in your mind and in Brandscape's mind, and as we put together the proposal, the concept note for you, we can kind of iterate and make it into a better thing. So we do have access, as I have said, in different places. In fact, we just discovered another access point in New York. So one in Philadelphia, one in New York. We've already talked about Spain and France, plus 2 points here in India. So hopefully we can do something nice over there. And for Professor Krishanu Ray, I hope that we can be a little more involved in the process.
We have to be involved in developing.
Yeah, and I will be there in July, 100%. But my aspiration would be that somewhere in the process, that +1 gets integrated into your design also, so that students who join your program.
So let's talk about it. If you have time after this, we can just.
Absolutely, absolutely. So thank you everyone once again from the bottom of my heart for being here. Thank you to the students who, I don't know whether you are here on your own desire or you've been asked to come, but thank you anyway for being here. And I hope to see you, at least a few of you here in the lab next year. Okay? All the best.
Sir, please. Can't you get back to Hyderabad?
We bring you back.
Okay, you have a bag. Come, they will allow me in the hand baggage. Symposium. Okay. Take it. Shall we invite you?
So yesterday we had a neuro quiz. Is anyone, the winners are present here from the teams?
The problem in May, June is that students will be out.
None.
So we will probably invite you during this session. I'll talk to Monish.
So we had total 18 out of 16 that qualified for the final round. I'll just announce the winner team's names. First one was Hippocampal Heroes.
So good. So then.
Second was Moody Amygdala. And third position was scored by Limbic Legends. So they are not here, otherwise we would have given them their prize right now. So, yeah.
Thank you guys.